Samuel, but they kept their distance from each other. He arrived with his mother, while J-Lo came with her twins, Emmy and Max.
Is this the son that he has with Jennifer Garner?
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner.
She comes up in a moment.
Boy, Ben Affleck.
Yes, that's his mom.
All right.
So the couple who are reportedly heading toward divorce did not interact during the event.
Things have gotten icy now.
A sign of the strained state of their relationship. Of course, divorce rumors started flying really fervently when he moved to a rental home in Brentwood, and they started looking for buyers for their home in Beverly Hills.
They say during the event he was actually shooting spitballs at her.
Wow.
Despite this,
Immature.
they've both been seen in public in recent weeks wearing their wedding rings. The graduation was also attended by Samuel's mom, Jennifer Garner.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Along with
I
their...
apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sailor.
Along with their other children, Violet and Finn, contrasting with Violet's graduation event last month where Ben and J-Lo appeared together. So, yeah, man, they
sold they're attempting to sell that $60 million mansion that everyone says, all the realtors say they're going to take a big hit on.
Mm-hmm.
So but no official announcement.
Not yet. All right, we'll see if we got the phones working now. Where in London are the crown jewels kept? We will go to Nancy to try and get an answer. Hi there, Nance.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Nancy, where do they keep the crown jewels?
The Tower of London?
That is
Very impressive.
Congratulations, Nancy. Hang on the line. We're going to get your information. Pair of tickets to see Batman in concert Thursday, June 20th. Part of the movies at the Man series. The 1989 blockbuster film will come to life while the Philadelphia Orchestra performs and the thrilling score to the live to picture. Tickets start at $25 and parking is free. They're on sale now at mancenter.org. Tip, if you ever go to London, and I know people just got back from London because they went to see the Phils, and you go to the Tower of London, get there early. We went there early, and there was no one in line for the crown jewels. And it was like a Disneyland line where like you go and weave back and forth. So you're like, oh, people wait for hours to see this stuff.
They do.
Actually, we got there late in the day.
Did we?
No, we did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. And so, but same thing at the very end of the day, Preston. When we got there was a line, but when we left, there was hardly anybody left. And totally worth seeing. It's a really cool, the whole tower is cool.
Just the building itself.
Yeah, it was awesome. I thought it was very impressive. So,
You sound like you're from London.
all right, so speaking of sounding like they're from London, Rebel Wilson, she's English, right?
Australian.
Aussie.
All right, close enough.
Yeah. Same thing.
Same thing.
British prison college.
He's been there.
Not from here.
She has been engaged. I thought she was British. She had been engaged. She has been engaged to her fiance, Ramona Agruma, for over a year now, but she has still not met her parents. Apparently, the delay comes down to cultural differences. She said,
The Aborigines?
Now, Ramona was born in Latvia, and it's not an LGBTQ plus friendly as other countries are, she said. So that's part of the reason. She said in an interview, I just think some people need a bit more time, and some people won't ever come around to it, and that's fine, and that's their decision. But the actress is set to meet Aguma's parents in the coming weeks when she heads to Europe.
Do you know what might win them over?
What?
A nice Omaha steak package.
I think that's great, man. Do they celebrate Father's Day the same weekend that we do here?
Of course they do.
Okay,
they do that everywhere in the world.
Time's running out.
No, but she said, I'm really excited to meet them because I know that they are very smart. Ramona's mother is a doctor, she said. So apparently that's going to be a meetup that they're having very soon. This follow-up, Gayle King, of course, revealed that Oprah was battling the stomach bug that she had live on TV, and fans were worried that Oprah wouldn't appreciate how in-depth Gayle got. The TV host was trying to explain why Oprah couldn't make a scheduled appearance for CBS Mornings, and maybe offered up a little TMI. She told the crowd that the billionaire, quote, had stuff coming out both ends. We covered that yesterday. And then she played the audio like that.
Yeah, if you don't
That's
believe
a little
me,
inappropriate.
this is Oprah.
I mean, that sounds like Oprah's ass, right? Gayle and Oprah have let fans know that the two are all good, despite Gayle maybe giving too much information. She said, I was trying to show how badly you wanted to be there to promote the book.
Let's go to the video.
She said,
No, what are are you doing?
She said to Oprah the next day.
Oh, it's down the back of your legs.
And Oprah said that she's not angry at all with Gail, sharing how sick she felt, and she offered up some advice to everyone at home: wash your hands. She thinks that's how she got sick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess
you know
so.
how vulnerable you feel when you are in the throes of something like that.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, please help me, help me.
Yeah, it's horrible, man. All right, so here's another follow-up. Netflix has announced a new special, Chestnut versus Kobayashi.
Yeah.
It's called Unfinished Beef.
I think this is very smart.
It will pit Joey Chestnut and Takeru Kobayashi against each other in a live event. They are both former Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest champions, and both have been banned. Kobayashi was banned in 2010 over a contract dispute, and Chestnut, as we reported yesterday, was banned because of his sponsorship deal with Impossible Foods and their new hot dog product. MLE says Chestnut is welcome to compete as long as he doesn't endorse another hot dog, so he still can do it. But competing against Joey, this is Kobayashi said, competing against Joey live on Netflix means fans all over the world can watch me knock him out. Chestnut versus Kobayashi, Unfinished Beef will air live on September 2nd. I bet it'll do great.
Yeah.
It'll probably do good numbers. I'm like Nick was saying yesterday, I'm kind of with him. I'm not into watching eating contests.
I'll wait for the results. We had Kobayashi on the show.
Yeah,
Came on
we were in
with a
Subaru.
translator,
We were doing
yeah.
a live broadcast. He was a really nice guy.
great, yeah.
Remember, we insinuated that maybe he and his interpreter were doing the nasty.
Because she was very attractive.
She was very
Yeah.
attractive. He thought that was hilarious.
God, I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, I looked at him, Kathy, and because obviously he doesn't speak English very well.
Yeah.
And I did this motion to him.
And
I
then
took
he
my
laughed.
finger in the hole like this. I'm like, you too? And he was cracking up. Yeah.
He's in a documentary, and I didn't know about it until I just pulled up his Instagram account. But Steve, it's about competitive eating, and it's called Scarf Face.
Oh, yes. I saw that pop up. I wanted to watch that.
It's an in-depth look at the all-consuming world of competitive eating, but it's a great poster that's made to look like Scarface. And I would check that out.
I wonder, I asked this yesterday, are there long-term medical ramifications to doing this?
It can't be good for you.
I wouldn't imagine it would be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe some people bizarrely,
Or
how we're all a little bit
Yeah.
different. Their system may allow for something like that. I don't know. But if you're doing it all the time, obviously that ain't going to be good for you. Couple pieces of audio. Ariana Grande was at where was she, on a podcast?
Yeah, she's
or
a
was it an interview?
podcast. Yeah, the first time she has been candid about what you're going to talk about.
The Dan Schneider controversy behind the documentary, obviously, that he's been a very controlling and inappropriate showrunner for Nickelodeon. So she is commenting on this for the first time.
Yeah, it's about the quiet on the set.
There we go.
There's not a word for how devastating that is to hear about. And so I think the environment just needs to be made a lot safer all around. And like I said, I'm still in real time processing my relationship to it.
Then we have another clip where she's commenting further. I'm not sure where this goes. Here we go.
I think that the environment needs to be made safer if kids are going to be acting. And I think there should be therapists.
So she never really had she was never touched. There was never a sexual thing that happened to her. And this is actually a lot of the stories throughout that miniseries or that documentary.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look back at the video and the things they had her doing as a younger girl, it does look creepy.
Well, and him in particular. So I read Jeanette McCurdy's book just recently. She and Ariana Grande were on that show Sam and Cat together.
Right.
And when Jeanette wrote that book, it was before this documentary came out, the series. And so she was referring to him in the book as the creator. So she did not name him.
Okay.
But she told a lot of stories about how he played these weird little games of complimenting and then lying and all this stuff, and would just, to the people who weren't the actual stars, he would be berating side characters and people who were just getting hired to do jobs, and would just browbeat them to death and just get out of here, you're fired. And he was just rude and mean.
Exactly.
And that whole thing, he was like a tyrant.
Yeah, when he eventually apologized, remember they had that, I apologize.
Yeah.
When he sat down, it was he saying, he was addressing being very difficult to work with, and as you said, browbeating subordinates.
He was just a dick.
Yeah.
You know, just one of those people, and finally it caught up to him. Some people it doesn't catch up to, but it finally caught up to this guy. And then, Steve, did you send over another clip or
I
something?
should be, yes.
What was it?
It was Henry Winkler, the...
Oh, yeah. So Henry Winkler was, he got into Dublin, Ireland, and was staying at a hotel, and there was a fire alarm that went off. And so, of course, they evacuate the building. He comes outside. The news is there to get some reactions, and a reporter comes over and has no idea this is Henry Winkler.
That's amazing.
Not
interviews
one.
him
I love that.
on the street for his reaction. So Henry's just being a guy, talking about what's going on.
When I heard the fire alarm, I thought it was the clock radio. I thought somebody had set the alarm before we got there, like another guest. And finally, I went into another room and it was still buzzing. So I called downstairs and the woman said in a very calm voice, "Yes, we're all evacuating. You must evacuate right now."
And so the interview comes and goes. And once it airs, people point out, hey, that's Henry. That's the Fonz. But the firemen had recognized him and he took pictures with him and stuff like that. But
how cool, though. And the reporter's describing, she goes, "Oh, this guy seems like he's got a good personality." And let's go over.
Yeah. Right? Oh, my God. I just finished his book, too. I've been reading actors' books, and it was wonderful. What a story. What an absolute story. He could not read for most of that time as the Fonz. He could not read.
I mean...
And a lot of stuff he improvised from that show because he had a background in improv. I had no idea.
We talked about him being dyslexic, profoundly dyslexic,
Very much
and now
so.
He's the author of 30-plus books.
Yeah.
What he's done just in the last 30 years alone is impressive. I mean, he was great on Parks and Rec. He was great in Arrested Development. And then, Casey, you turned me on to Barry, and he's fantastic
He's so
in
good.
Barry. He's so good on that show.
Yeah, and he goes into how, being the top star in the country, top TV star in the country, almost ruined him as an actor because he got typecast as the Fonz. He had a real hard time breaking out of that.
Think about the time that happened, right? where it was conceivable to get like a 60 share, where 60% of everybody consuming television at a certain point was watching you. That level of fame.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll never see that again.
No, he tells this story about he was going to an event and there were thousands and thousands of people there, and it started to feel really uncomfortable. And they needed to get out, and the crowd wasn't dissipating. And he flicked a switch, and he turned into Arthur Fonzarelli. And he's like, "Yo!" And he tells the crowd, because he's not like that at all.
Oh, my God.
He put his hands up like this, and like the Red Sea, he parted the crowd of people because he turned into Fonz in front of everybody. It was so great.
You remember when we had him on the show, and briefly he went into the Fonz?
Oh, yeah.
And we were like,
My library card. Hey, he's just the best. So, but that's funny. They had no idea who he was in this, man. All right, a couple of other things. If you were worried about running out of Game of Thrones content, you can put that worry to rest. The prequel series, 10,000 Ships, is reportedly back in development after previously being scrapped. The show has previously been described as being about Queen Nymeria and the Ronair, where her people all have to live on the water as they look for a new home.
10,000 Ships?
Yeah.
'Cause I saw a similar series, similar title, but it was about diarrhea.
Oh, no.
Different.
Yeah. George R.R. Martin shares how excited he is about the show on his blog and joked, "We're still trying to figure out how we're going to pay for 10,000 ships, 300 dragons, and those giant turtles." It joins a long list of Game of Thrones spinoffs that are currently in production or rumored to be in the works, including House of the Dragon, which actually airs Sunday. The season 2 will premiere Sunday at 9 o'clock on HBO. And then you have A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon's Conquest, and The Sea Snake. That's too much, folks.
Yeah.
We don't need that much. And I'm
Why
a
do they do this?
huge Game of Thrones fan. We don't need all of that.
It's like they did with Star Wars. It's like they did with Marvel. It's like, we'll just do 100 of them.
Yeah, no.
No.
That's a way to kill it.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Things
Quantity
start to lose.
over quality over quantity.
Yeah. Jason George is headed back to Grey's Anatomy. The spinoff he left the series to launch, Station 19, has ended, and the actor is now set to rejoin the main cast of the Grey's for the upcoming 21st season.
This is great news.
First appearing as Dr. Ben Warren in season 6. He was a series regular from seasons 12 to 14 before going on to start Station 19.
25 seasons.
21. Their 21st is coming up. Yeah, the character later married Dr. Miranda Bailey and came back frequently for guest appearances on Grey's Anatomy while starring in 7 seasons of Station 19
These
as a
fire shows
firefighter.
always do really well, and I've never watched one of them. There's like the 911 Fire Company and Station 19, the Chicago Fire, and there's another one in Seattle. Steve, I'm with you. Like, I don't know how these shows last this long, but
they become
stay on the air forever.
compulsive viewing, and I think there's a demo that really responds well. I'm going to say an older JAG CSI NCIS demo. But I was watching a collection of clips from this show that the Jennifer Love Hewitt is on. And it's one of these ensemble rescue shows. Mm-hmm. And they had everything from like a Poseidon Adventure type to where one of the guys apparently does one of those, like you did, Kathy, the cryogenic.
Yeah.
Yeah, tube things you get in. Yeah.
From what I can judge from the teaser, he gets like almost frozen solid.
Okay.
And it's like, I mean, but the outlandish storylines, they spend more time on 911 rescuing each other than they do regular civilians.
Is some of it tongue-in-cheek? Like, are they trying to be kind of funny? Because
I'm not sensing it, but it is inherently amusing.
Steve, I don't know if I saw the same clip as you, but there was one where the premise was this guy gets frozen and then they have to do CPR on them. And this is not, I'm not making this up. They do CPR on the guy and his body is so frozen that they break through his chest cavity and kill him that way.
My God.
So they're doing chest compressions and break right through his rib cage.
Oh, come on.
But the clip that I saw, it kind of looked like they were just being goofy and with the premise of it being a rescue.
Okay, because they wouldn't have killed this guy because this guy is one of the main characters.
Gotcha.
Okay, so maybe he just got frozen. They were able to thaw him properly.
Grey's Anatomy.
They put him on keep warm.
Saying goodbye to 2 other series regulars, Jake Borelli and Midori Francis, who will return to wrap up their character storylines this fall. Stefania Spampinado also left the long-running medical drama to play her role as Karina in Station 19. I don't know any of this stuff. All right, this one I can wrap my mind around.
Right.
Warner Brothers and Cartoon Network are bringing back a lot of their hit cartoons. An Adventure Time movie is reportedly in the works, and so are 2 spin-off shows. Adventure Time Side Quests will feature one-off episodes about fan-favorite characters, while Adventure Time Heyo Bimo is a series aimed at preschoolers. But that's not all. These are shows I watched with my kids and loved them. Regular Show and Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends are reportedly getting revived as well. The Foster's Home spinoff will reportedly be aimed at preschoolers. Meanwhile, the new Regular Show spinoff only promised that some characters from the original will return.
All right, so in this current environment, when kids, so when I wanted to watch cartoons, and going back, and look at Cave Drawings. No, I'd go after school and Saturday morning and so on and so forth. Yeah. And then obviously you had Nickelodeon, and then you had Sprout. Right now, with young kids, are they going online to watch their stuff? Are there actual shows that they watch with any
YouTube?
YouTube?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's both.
It's both.
Okay.
I would imagine a little bit of both because you do have kid-friendly content creators.
Right.
And so it's not just animated stuff.
But like the shows you mentioned would be on Nickelodeon or Disney or what?
Yeah, probably. And so obviously you can stream those anytime you want to. So that's, but if you've got like just a regular cable package, then Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon are still doing their thing.
Is Sprout still a thing?
I don't know about that. I'm not really sure. One more thing, there's a new Scooby-Doo show in the works as well, featuring the Mystery Gang in Japan. They accidentally unleash mischievous, mythical monsters and will presumably have to fix their mistake. No release dates for these projects were shared as of yet.
You should watch the Scooby-Doo Jake Gyllenhaal bit from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
It's perfect. It's so good. Yeah.
All right, 2 more things before we get to the clips. Disney has found its live-action Moana. The House of Mouse has officially cast Catherine Laga'aia in the title role for its upcoming Moana live-action remake. Now, follow along with me, if you will, for a moment as I work my way through the next few statements here.
Right.
She said, "My grandfather comes from Fa'ala Pala'oi in Savaii.
Wow.
And my grandmother is from
That was good.
Lilumoego, Tuai, on the main island of Upolu in Samoa.
That's right next to Saitalon Kong Kong.
Yes, it's got to be. She said, I'm honored to have an opportunity, and I butchered those. I didn't get those
I'm
anywhere
not so
near right.
sure you did.
In honor to, she said, I'm honored to have an opportunity to celebrate Samoa and all Pacific Island peoples and to represent young girls who look like me, as she shared in the statement.
That's a customary greeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, especially the at the end. The live action Moana starts filming this summer, and Catherine joins previously announced cast members like John Tui, Frankie Adams, Rena Owen, and Dwayne Johnson, who is reprising his role as Maui from the original animated movie.
So we have Moana. We have this Moana animated sequel or prequel?
Sequel.
Sequel. And then we have the live action Moana. So
Yeah.
there's 2 Moana films within the course of like 2 years.
But I love that Dwayne Johnson is going to be a live action Maui.
Version of himself.
It's perfect.
Are they going to have him with a gut? Or are they-
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What'd you think of the Moana? I mean, did you watch it? Were you into it?
I watched it maybe a couple of times. I thought it was really, really good. You know what I did not care for? None of the songs really grabbed me.
So yeah.
And the song with the giant crab, I thought that was kind of.
I don't remember
I thought
that
that was.
song.
I did not like.
I
it.
love that one.
Really?
That's the guy from Flight of the Conchords. That's Jermaine Clement.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I like him.
Yeah.
I just didn't like the song. I liked the "You're Welcome" song from Maui. I thought that was a lot of
good
fun.
one. But the big song, that one, that didn't grab me as well. But when I watch people on Instagram singing it, it I don't know, it grabs me a little bit differently.
Okay.
There's a girl who sings it, and she's sitting on a couch, and there's all these people around it, clearly like they're like in some sort of performing arts thing. But it is so good because she's awesome, and then the group they harmonize, and I'm like, okay, all right, I dig this song.
Okay.
That arrangement was perfect.
The fun went out making the rounds now, and you told me about it in case Kathy showed it to me, is the gal singing The Little Mermaid in a Philly accent.
She's doing a bunch of
She's
stuff.
done a
now.
bunch of them.
great.
Yeah.
That's the first one. And now she's
There's
done a
about
few
4 of
more.
them now, yeah.
Like what other ones?
Oh, geez.
Similar style songs.
Yeah.
Like those Disney songs.
Right. I
But
didn't
none
know
are
if you
coming
knew
to
the
mind.
titles.
No,
Okay.
no.
I'm drawing a blank.
I'll tell you, Moana.
But, I mean, the one, it makes sense because she says water in it a few
Yeah.
times for the Little Mermaid.
Moana, I had seen piecemeal, and then I finally watched it over the holidays, and I'm like, I think this is really damn good.
Yeah.
It has moved up a number of notches.
All right, and then one last story. The almost too wild to believe story is based on actual events. Lifetime's Amish Affair, which tells the story of love, lust, and murder among the Amish.
I'm on board.
Is based on real life events, and it stars Ryan McPartlin and Mackenzie Cardwell.
I love Amish softcore porn.
And it will debut on Lifetime on July 6th, by the way.
Did you ever watch that Rumspringa show?
Nah.
It was pretty wild.
Was it?
I mean, because they're like, they approach it with reckless abandon. Like, all right, basically the idea is I'm going to see what it's like to live this way. And many of them just enjoy it and say, I don't think I'm going back.
By the way, there's got to be Amish porn.
Yeah, of course there is. Yeah.
Like actual Amish porn, or people just dressed up like
People
Amish?
just dressed up
Yeah.
as Amish people. And you know what?
They can't even use phones.
Do you know that
they're not recording themselves?
Do you know? And I've seen this. There's a big subset of Mormon porn.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
There is.
Don't do
If you can come up with a category, they got it.
Yeah, absolutely. Was that Rule 39?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On her story, I interviewed a woman who left the community. She left the Amish community, and she talks all about it. And a lot of the stuff that she talks about went viral, and people were like, their minds were blown. So it hasn't aired on MMR. I'll let you guys know when it airs. But I mean, some of the stuff is mind blowing. Like the dating process and what they go through. I could not even believe it.
Okay.
Oh my God.
They actually play Parcheesi.
Let me just give you no, Steve. No, they don't. They're not allowed to do anything, and they're not taught anything. So the woman that I spoke to, she had no idea about anything. She said there's rumblings because there's older people in our community, so like you hear some things, but she's like, we really didn't know. But part of the dating process is they're not allowed to be seen in public. So the boys would come over to the girls' houses in the middle of the night, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. The parents knew about this, and they're allowed to go up to the girl's room, lay in bed with her, and what they call rock. They're basically
They're dry humping.
Dry humping.
They're
Are
humping.
they doing meshies?
And the only direction that this girl was given was you are not allowed to take your clothes off.
So they are in bed sort of
They're dry humping.
They're dry humping. Yeah.
Why? And they call it rocking.
It was called rocking, I think she said. And I like laughed, and she's like, because now she lives, in our community, and she's like, I get, she laughed too. She's like, I know. She goes, and that's part of the reason why I left. That whole community was just not me.
There was another phrase that I just heard recently. It's something like rocking or to dry humping. It's something.
Not meshies.
Levi's. No, meshies similar to that, though, Nick. And it has to do with one of these cults. Like something, the Levi
shuffle.
something like that, where
The
you
Lido
keep your
shuffle.
pants on, basically. But yeah, it's kind of wild.
Yeah, there are some of these sects that will not discuss sexual activity with the kids, and I've seen documentaries about fundamentalist Mormon communities where that's why sometimes this sexual some of these deviants will victimize these people because they don't know and they haven't been told anything about sex. They don't know that what this person is doing is wrong to them.
So what if you're Amish and you actually go to a concert? Are you ready to rock?
Yeah.
How do you read that?
Yeah,
If
everybody
you are
starts dry humping.
an ultra-Orthodox Jewish person, do they still do the thing with the sheet and the hole?
I believe
don't know,
that's
but
the
I've
case.
heard
yeah,
so.
they all pretend they're ghosts.
I don't think we have a ton of ultra-Orthodox Jewish listeners, but if we have any, I'd like to know.
Let's talk about religious sexual activities when we come back. Next.
Yeah.
On
Sex.
On today's
Preston.
Jenny.
You could call it sex.
All right, we're going to play. How about we do the clips?
Okay.
Let's do that. The actors who play Penelope and Colin on Bridgerton have been waiting since the show began in 2019 for their love story to be told. But now that it's almost over, they're ready. They're already looking ahead to the next one. And here, Nicola Coughlan shares her hopes for next season.
It's a show that, makes people see themselves on screen and feel represented. So whatever the news story will be someone will connect to that in a beautiful way. And I'm excited for there to be hopefully queer love stories in this show. I think there's so much room for that. And we're, as a cast, dying for that moment to happen. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. Long may it continue. Yeah.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Bridgerton Season 3 Part 2 is streaming today on Netflix.
Today!
Yeah, so it's happening. You already watched Part 1?
Yeah, I watched that in
Did you binge it?
a couple days, yeah. Okay. I mean, it was only 4 episodes, so
Right.
it's 4 evenings laying in bed.
All right, next clip. Here we go. Asif Mandvi plays 1/3 of the trio of skeptical paranormal investigators in Evil. And here, the former Daily Show correspondent compares the genres.
There's a surprise element to both comedy and horror. They elicit different reactions, but there is a kind of explosive sort of scare and an explosive laughter that comes from both of those. I think part of the reason that I was cast is because of, I think, a little bit of my comedy background.
All right.
That's my show, man.
New episode of Evil airs tonight on CBS. Evil.
So they're wrapping it up. This is the 4th and final season. If you're a fan of X-Files, if you're a fan of Supernatural, if you're a fan of any of that stuff, this is a great show. And it has a great sense of humor. And he is the skeptic. So he does things like, he'll set up little, lighting in his room and say, did I see that? Was my mind playing tricks? And it's really well done.
Nice. All right. Well, new episode tonight on CBS, by the way. All right. And there you go. That is what I have.
I know.
What are we looking at? How much porn?
A bunch of listeners texted in that we should look up the what's called soaking, and apparently it's very common in the Mormon church.
All right. I'll explain. I'll explain this to you, what soaking is.
Okay.
The hot dog goes in the bun.
Yeah.
But you don't move it around. You just leave it there.
Well, that would be too frustrating.
It would. It's it's the old game. Just the tip is
That's
and
it.
apparently
Yeah.
it's common and it's not considered.
Sex?
Nick, what is the? Yeah, I guess is that not technically sex?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And
It's actually just
That would be almost
it's parallel
impossible.
parking.
Let me just park this here for a second.
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna
really
leave
it's
the
like a
car
road
running.
test. No, you know what it is? It is the sexual version of the game Operation.
there are so many things that are banned by LDS, and this is supposed to be a loophole around that.
Think about it. You're don't touch the edges, Preston.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're touching those edges if you're there.
So Mormons wear holy underwear. I was asked this yesterday. Like Steve Young and like football players, do they wear their holy underwear under their uniforms?
I believe that would be the case if they were very observant.
Case, I don't know what the rules are as far as where and when.
Yeah.
That you wear those garments. Marissa?
All right, I don't know if this is true or not, but I fell down a TikTok hole where when two people are soaking, you can invite other people out from outside of the Mormon community.
There are soap
shake-
cucks?
To shake the bed for you.
Oh my God.
All right.
So people are paid
Dude.
to shake the bed
Okay. I
would
for
glad-
you while you are soaking. So you're not moving, but somebody else is like jumping up and down.
I
shaking
want
the
to
bed.
announce right here that I am available to do that.
Steve, did you watch the show James Marsden was in, The Jury or whatever?
No, but you said you loved it.
There's a scene where he ends up being the guy that shakes the bed for these things. It is goddamn hysterical.
There are a lot of people texting and saying, agreeing with what Marissa was talking about. They have shakers to shake the bed while soaking is happening.
Wow.
Man, that is a whole bunch of
But
frustration.
like, dude, it's. I don't know. I mean, if it gets the job done and you basically
Sure.
don't have to do any work.
It always shows. It almost is like having your lawyer where like literally looking for wiggle room. So we're not having sex, but we can't help it if the guy is pushing the bed up and down.
So the video I saw was a younger couple, and like somebody came up to them on the streets and asked, like, would you let me shake the bed? And the guy looked at the girl and he was like, wait, do you know about this? Wait, do you know about this? And there's kind of like this revelation in the moment. And she was like, yeah, I'd be into it.
Can you hire actors to come in and do your dirty talking for you? Like, right? To provide all of the ambient
All the
stuff.
dialogue.
Right, yeah.
Sure, there's all kinds of loopholes that you can dive into.
Talk to my lawyer.
Wow.
I mean, that was like when I spoke to the woman who lived or grew up in the Amish community. That's how I felt like when she just said that, and we were all like, "Oh my!" There were things that you're like, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
What about crock potting? That is no.
All right. Well, anyhow, this has been enlightening. We'll have to.
My mind is reeling.
Yeah. We'll have to. We'll have to see if this.
Well, actually, I have to try some of that today.
Yeah, let's try some of that. Yeah.
Let's do some soaking.
All right, we're going to take a break. I know
You
we're going to
two
do that.
can soak, and I'll shake the bed.
Thanks, Kath. We'll be back in a moment, and make sure you stay with us because you never know what the hell we're going to talk about. We'll be right back.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's golf. It's golf, right?
But like, yeah, golf. I mean, I get that. Even I get that time every day. You know, I wake up with my prayer routine and reading scripture, and then I kind of work out. And then if I'm lucky, I wake the kids up. I'll go play golf in 2 hours or less. I have that time to myself, and then I kind of work for the rest of the day. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this summer. After I finish a movie in July, I go up to our lake house in Gaza Ranch and play golf and hang out with the kids. And
You're my kind of golfer, by the way. I'm like a Sunday morning, crack of dawn.
Yeah,
a
let it
little
rip.
under 2 hours. I can play 18 holes.
Yeah,
Love
you got too much stuff to do. I mean,
You do a lot of praying on the course, I assume, right?
Please God,
pray
go
to
in.
make this
Please
putt.
God, go.
Yeah, it's funny because my wife was just give me an earful. She was like, Brendan, my youngest son now is playing golf too, which is the greatest thing ever.
Totally.
And it annoys my wife so much because now she can never say no to me going to play because both of my sons are playing.
Bonding time.
So he's like, Mom, Dad even rushes on the golf course. And she's like, you know how bad that is? You're rushing on the golf course. I said, whoa. I said, do you know why I rush on the golf course? She's like, no, why? I said, because you call me every 10 minutes going, where are you? Why are you taking so long? Get home. So I purposely stopped playing in the middle of the day with my friends and playing the 4-hour golf round.
Right.
And I started playing first thing, crack of dawn, like a crazy person for you. It's only for you.
Mark, there are certain scenes in certain movies that will just always bring a smile to my face. And there's a scene in Ted 2 where you guys are doing the Law and Order theme, and they started. Yes, and
hey, you lawyer guy. Bum, bum.
They were advertising Law and Order: The Return during the Super Bowl this year pretty heavily, and I could not hear your voice and Seth MacFarlane's voice every time the spot came on. So I just want to thank you publicly for doing that scene.
Wow, thank you.
Well, I got to put in for the stripper name. When you run the stripper names. It's a perennial. My wife and I, that's a perennial. So
Well, there's a lot we could thank you for, but you do have to get going. So we're just going to remind people that Father Stu is in theaters April 13th. It's a great film. And if you get a chance, please go see it. And it's great to have you here in person. Thanks for stopping by,
likewise.
man.
It's nice to actually get into the studio again, see people one-on-one, face-to-face. I mean, this pandemic has been tough on everybody. So
I hear you, man.
Well, the movie came at the right time.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Mark Wahlberg.
Can't understand the words. Can you understand them?
Yeah, the mix is.
I heard something about Bradley Cooper.
Yeah. I can give you the
Well, I mean, it's accurate to Nicki Minaj. I mean,
seriously.
I heard Iceworks.
Wait a minute. No, that's from Star Wars. I hear a character. Oh, from one of the movies. What is it?
I know what you're talking about.
It's the dude with the butt face, the vagina face.
Oh, yeah. In the cantina.
Oh, yeah. In the cantina.
You'll be dead.
What?
Your face looks like a vagina.
I'll be careful.
A vagina.
What?
A woman's vagina. That's what your face looks like.
Oh.
Kathy, you've never seen the vagina?
Your face looks like a woman's vagina, is what I'm attempting to say. On this planet, it's probably the norm, but where I come from, we would be sexually aroused by your face. You understand? I'll forget it.
It's Alec Guinness's birthday today.
On my planet, we would say face effing, but we could do that with you. I'll forget it.
He doesn't understand. And welcome back from the weekend. Yesterday was just wonderful and didn't even rain as much as I thought it was going to.
So I've learned that even if they say it's going to rain, I don't know, it's been breaking in our favor lately the last couple of times. So, it was wonderful. How energizing is that when you step out and it's like that?
We went out, my daughter and son and I went out and hit a couple of parks. We went to Valley Forge, we went to the Audubon Society's sanctuary. And walked around outside for a while. And we were taking in the smells. Like when you get out into the areas, into the woods and so on, and you get these scents. It's just great, man. Makes you feel good.
It's funny you should say that because I said, warm weather has, and obviously there are reasons. There's obvious reasons. Things are warming up and you're getting that smell. But the second you step outside, it just smells like spring. Yeah. It smells good.
It's just so inviting.
Preston, are you enjoying nature? It's so nice, isn't it? Your walks with your family will be remembered forever. Yeah. Please drink it in.
And I posted this on Instagram yesterday. We found a used Trojan condom. Right by one of the cannons.
Do you think it was a Civil War condom?
I think it was, and that's why we left it. We felt that maybe it was important to leave that piece of history right there where it was. Yeah. Plus, we didn't want to touch it because there might have been some kind of who knows what. And I didn't have any gloves or anything.
Yeah. Well, that could have been Lincoln's condom.
It could have been. Well, maybe Washington. Yeah, you never know. It was made out of wood.
Oh, my God.
Well, it was stuffed with wood.
It was a wood rubber. No.
My dearest wife. Sex has become so painful since I started using those wooden condoms. Sorry about the splinters last night.
But anyhow, getting outside, oh man, it was something else. After surviving an overdose, a woman returns to her childhood home to confront her personal demons, but instead discovers a real one in Matriarch. Here star Kate Dickey explains who her character is.
Is not what she appears on the surface.
Slightly Scottish, you think?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
She has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's one of the thickest I've ever heard.
I love it.
Yeah.
Can we play that again?
Instead of two, she says tay.
Yeah.
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
Yeah,
I love a hardcore
I do,
Scottish
too.
accent.
And that is hardcore.
That is thick.
Though I'll have to see the movie and see, because a lot of times, as amazing as it is, someone with an accent that thick can peel it back, and you wouldn't know.
So Matriarch is out on Hulu now.
Where are you from?
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
It's like a Simpsons character.
I know.
Totally.
Holy crap.
Groundskeeper Willie.
All right, next clip. Here we go. In Ticket to Paradise, a divorced couple teams up to stop their daughter from making the same mistake they think they made 25 years ago. And then this clip star George Clooney explains why he and co-star Julia Roberts never dated.
Is not what she appears on the surface. And she has a whole different agenda going on as well.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation ceremony.
It was college graduation.
And, as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me. Julie Handjob. Forgive me. Julie Handy. Forgive me. Julie Blumpkin. Forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh, my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. They made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God!
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize, anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean...
Very much, Kath. And don't forget to listen to Kathy's Her Story. You can delve deep into the world of Amish sex.
Hey, I'm actually going to post a link to it on my Instagram right now. And we'll put it on Preston and Steve, too. So if you do want to hear it, it's long. It's about 45 minutes long. But
I think I'm on board.
She delves in.
Okay. Interesting. So when are you when you're going to air that officially?
So it already aired on Ben FM a couple of months ago before we moved to MMR. So I'm going to re-air it on MMR. I'll let you know when.
If you're just tuning in, we had started talking about this show that's coming out, and it peels back some of the. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry.
Mystery.
I need to admit something. I am this week for me is a functioning alcoholic week.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's I've been a little loose with the bottle like every night.
You didn't identify who you were first.
Hi, I'm Preston. Everyone.
Yeah. Hi, Preston.
I'm just the weather has been so nice.
How about a little bit of the hair of the dog?
It promotes a little hair of the dog. So each night I've been having a little bit. I'm a little out of it today. It was my anniversary yesterday, so I had a couple cocktails.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You want to peel back the curtain.
Peel back the curtain or the what are we peeling back?
The thick buttoned pants.
Yeah, something like that.
What's the name of the show? This Amish show that started this conversation?
I've forgotten.
It is Station 19.
No, that was about the fire company.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, Amish something or the other. But
Amish Affair.
Amish Affair, that's it. Yeah, it's on Lifetime. And Kathy was telling us a few things about a guest that she's going to have or has had and recorded and said you won't believe some of the things that came out of this because this show is going to feature, obviously sex and murder and all kinds of things you weren't expecting.
Sure. And what started to come out is, and this is across cultures that we may not understand, or like Nick, you brought up the Orthodox Jewish traditions, and we've heard things, and some are maybe accurate, and some maybe can be dispelled about the holes in the sheets.
So let me respond to that one right away, Steve, because apparently that's not accurate, and people do. It actually became a joke on Curb Your Enthusiasm, which sort of expanded upon that rumor. But a few Jewish listeners texted in saying that is not accurate.
That is not good.
Okay.
Yeah, I prefer to know what is and is not. Now, I'm sure hoping the bed shaking thing is real because I would love to participate.
That was the one we were talking about, soaking. From the LDS Church of Latter-day Saints. And apparently, I guess it's kind of an underground thing or a loophole where you can have, like I said earlier, use the euphemism, the hot dog goes in the bun, man and woman, but as long as there's no movement, it's okay. However, an outside force, as in someone else, can come over and push the mattress up and down. And technically, you haven't. You're still a virgin, I guess. I don't know.
And I'm not passing judgment. I'm what I'm saying is it is wild to think of that. It is so alien to us. But that sort of stuff there are things like that permeate. Like Kathy, I did not realize. What did you say? It was rocking.
Rocking, yeah.
So the Amish, apparently, according to this woman who gave the interview with Kathy, there's a thing where the kids can get together. No one can see this. It happens in the cloak of darkness.
In the early morning.
Yeah, and they can go and lie in bed together and essentially dry hump each other. They just tell you don't take your clothes off, and they call it rocking. So, wow.
And a rolling and whatnot.
Trying to think what other what are other loopholes?
Well, meshies.
Get you meshies was that those were religious people, right?
Yes,
and they would wear mesh shorts, and rub through that, and they called them meshies.
I shared one with you guys a while ago, and this was a high school friend that we ended up going to college together. And I got to be really delicate in how I describe this, but for her. The back door was not losing your virginity.
Right.
And she was very adamant about remaining a virgin. It eventually changed, believe it or not. And in her 20s, she became fairly sexually active.
back door.
No. She just became sexually active, right? But in college, that stigma meant something to her. So she did backdoor stuff, but not front door stuff.
And Nick, I believe that there is a sect or some sort of subsect of a faith that subscribes to that notion.
Yeah, you know what the nickname for it is? The poop hole loophole.
OMG.
Wow.
I can't.
Is that it? Preston, that's a Nancy Drew mystery.
Yes. the cracked mirror and the poop hole loophole.
I swear to God.
Nick, I also knew somebody
You have a friend?
who lived by the poop hole loophole. Yes. Yeah, she did. And she.
You know my lawyer. Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to address the poop hole loophole and also power of attorney.
Also, I need to correct. It's not rocking. It's bundling.
Bundling.
Yes.
Right.
Nick, pull that back up.
Which
I want to
one?
read that the Wikipedia thing.
Okay.
Bundling. Okay.
And that is where they basically cuddle and rock back and forth.
Now, going back to the soaking thing, and this is per Wikipedia, it says here, some popular news sources have stated that soaking serves as a purported loophole to the LDS Church's sexual code of conduct called the Law of Chastity, which states that all sexual activity outside of a heterosexual marriage is a sin, and further bars self-pleasure for church members, so you can't touch your own. But it says the LDS Church teaches that it is wrong to touch the private parts of another person's body, even if clothed outside of a monogamous heterosexual marriage. So they you have to be married. So it sounds like soaking is something that the kids made up and said this will work in our book. I don't think that's condoned.
I think what happens, even in the most austere of situations, is that gray areas are sought, whether or not they are sanctioned.
Yeah,
but you. You gotta watch what you say.
I know.
I'm still. I would love to see, Pacino in court. I want to invoke the poop hole loophole.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
What a shame.
It's just our inclination as we are animals, and that's what is going to happen.
I know.
Did you? So. I'm trying to think of the way to say this.
All right.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay,
if
go
you
ahead.
can't think of it.
Yeah.
Now, we had mentioned that some people, like the Amish kids, they are told nothing at all about sex, about how we operate and what you can expect as you get older and want to do these things.
They entered blind.
Would you rather it be, and I'm taking extreme ends here, okay?
Yes.
Would you rather it be you're told absolutely nothing, or you're only shown hardcore pornography to learn
Oh, dear God.
about sex?
No.
Because
Both are horrible.
that is insanely unrealistic as well.
And I think you're setting up for I almost would rather be taught nothing.
Yeah, and then learn it on your own.
You learn it on your own
Yeah.
because I think people, and we have a massive issue in this country, and I think in some areas globally, where, as you said, these unrealistic expectations, results, ideas about what a relationship is, ideas about what
or what women actually want,
right?
Versus what guys want to see done.
Believe it or not, they
pornography,
don't like to be told, kiss that bitch.
Yeah.
Steve, I saw a new term this week that I didn't know that's called technosexual. And so
not familiar.
Basically, apply a bit of like pansexuality to your phone.
Oh,
and
wow.
you can have sexual relationships with people that you've never met, that aren't in the same room with you. And essentially, it's, being with yourself while somebody else is wherever they are. But it's this technosexual thing, especially with people who have never known life without phones.
Yo, ever heard of jerknet?
When I'm telling you now, I've talked about the AI stuff, and I've talked about the implementation of deepfakes and so on and so forth. They did the audio stuff on the show to show you how accurate it can be. It is moving at, Preston, years ago, you said once they can do that, all bets are off. Well, they're doing it.
Yeah, sex
And
robots.
so what's happening is, and these are actually AI non-existent women who look and talk and can talk in real time. And so there's maybe 80 to 20% uncanny valley element, and they're getting better and better with it. But Nick, to your point, there are men who are paying to conduct boyfriend-girlfriend relationships, and maybe women, I'm not sure. I would assume it goes, both ways, to have these kind of things happening in a virtual realm. Like right out of Black Mirror.
So later this month, and this is a story I had set aside, people in Berlin will be able to book an hour with an AI sex doll as the world's first cyber brothel rolls out the service following a test phase. Customers will be able to interact verbally with the AI dolls as well as physically, because they have now given them a personality.
Yes.
So Philip Fussenegger, who is the founder and owner of Cyber Brothel, said many people feel more comfortable sharing private matters with a machine because it doesn't judge, he said. Previously,
I never feel judged by my toaster.
He said there was a significant interest in a doll with a voice actress where users could only hear the voice and interact with the doll. And now there's an even greater demand for interacting with artificial intelligence.
Oh, my God.
It's just one of the many ways that generative AI is being used by the adult entertainment business. AI companion apps reached 225 million downloads in the Google Play Store. So these are an AI companion.
All right, so my mind is not reeling with this. Because I'll tell you why. The remake, the reboot of Battlestar Galactica. One of the chief protagonists is this very attractive. They have the obviously
Cylon.
The Cylons.
Yeah.
The Cylons and the reboot are much different. And so she's a seductress. And so think about AI knowing what would be the best way to manipulate us and using
sex.
Right?
Yeah, totally.
As depicted in Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, they saw the future.
Oh my God,
it's crazy, man. I mean, because they will be able to now to what level right now I don't know, but engage with you and say to you the things that will turn you
want
on,
to hear.
things you want to hear.
Right?
Wow.
Did you see the Blade Runner?
No.
2039. It was excellent. In fact, it's the same director who did the Dune movies, Preston. So, he has a relationship with Ryan Gosling has a relationship with an AI girlfriend, and it's from Knives Out.
Oh,
Anna de Armas.
Anna de Armas.
Oh. Wow.
So, yes.
That's probably the only AI droid I would ever have a relationship with is Anna de Armas.
Yeah.
But I mean, wow.
Alexandra Daddario.
Oh, okay, maybe 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Shirley MacLaine.
3 for 3.
Gail King.
4.
Hang on. I want to double back to soaking. Because we have Austin on the line who was raised Mormon and
good. Maybe you can help us.
Tell us a little bit about this. Hey, Austin, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, my man?
Not much. Not much going on. I was actually baptized and raised Mormon. There's 2 different churches. There's a Reformed Mormon church that's it's the church that allows you to have more than one wife. It's the whole Colitis, Mormon religion, and then there's the more traditional and family-based oriented religion that's, based out of Utah and on the East Coast here. And just the thing about soaking is it's more of I think a younger generation, like a new generation kind of thing. I know growing up, I wasn't allowed to have a girlfriend. My older sisters weren't allowed to have a boyfriend until they were 18. It was very very closed net. You spend time with your family, and that's about it.
How old are you now, Austin?
I'm 34.
Okay, all right.
And so I am married, and I did step away from the church, but the whole garment thing, that's you wear that up until the point that you are married.
Oh,
are you talking about the for example the holy underwear?
Yeah,
the holy underwear.
Okay,
yeah, and then So even still, sometimes you do wear it, but it's more or less you wear it when you go to bed with your significant other.
Okay.
And obviously churches have changed. I mean, the whole religion and rules and everything have changed. When I grew up, we weren't allowed to have soda, caffeine.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
None of that. No impurities into your body. And so taking a male frog figure would be an impurity, I guess, to that.
Hey, no, Austin, I have a question from an outsider looking in. How much of our perspective is sort of influenced by the fundamentalists, the FLDS people, like in southern Utah, northern Arizona, that kind of thing, and how much of that became pervasive for the rest of the LDS?
A lot, actually. It does. I mean, I was bullied and made fun of in elementary school, middle school. Just kids who didn't understand it and thought, oh, you're Mormon, you're allowed to have more than one wife.
Right.
A lot of it is because of the documentaries that were put out. Yep. They kind of relieved that a little bit of the two different and made the differences between the two religions. But it gave Mormons a kind of a bad name. The ones that are trying to do it right and follow the traditional religion and the traditional practices, it definitely
Austin
gave them a bad name.
By any chance, did you see the miniseries Under the Banner of Heaven?
I did not.
Okay.
Actually.
Yeah,
I will. I'll need to check that out.
Yeah, it kind of gives. So, the way I've always sort of approached this stuff, and I'm fascinated by it, and we all freely admit that we're fascinated by these different intricacies. But I would say, if it's gives you a center in life, and this is the way you want to proceed, and it's great, and no one's being hurt, terrific. That's the way you do it. But you said you were bullied because of a misunderstanding in school, correct? Because of stuff okay. And that's where it can become problematic. So do you you take every opportunity to sort of explain where you're at?
Yeah, I do. I definitely am very spiritual, and I follow my higher power, and all that stuff. But I just I have before you weren't allowed to have tattoos. There's a whole following and a whole group of Mormons who have tattoos. The church is allowing it now. They're kind of opening their doors up to the more. And I think it's to get more people into the doors and into the actual religion. But they're kind of pulling the reins back a little bit on how strict they are on things.
Do you think they'll loosen up on sex robots?
Honestly, they might.
Okay, because you're not actually
they might. Yeah.
Where do they stand on the poop hole loophole? No, man, that's
I would honestly say that they probably would allow it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. You guys rock.
See you later, bud. All right.
And that Under the Banner of Heaven, that's a John Krakauer book, and then it became that miniseries, and it's based on true events.
Yeah.
And that's all FLDS stuff. And
Man,
there's shocking.
There's another one. It's a documentary. It's called, I think it's called Stay Precious, Stay Sweet or something like that. And it's about an FLDS, which let me clarify that this is the more fringe.
Austere,
it's fundamentalist.
Fundamentalist,
Yes.
yeah. And where the one guy that was a leader, I forgot his name, and he obviously did these horrible things with these girls.
Yes.
And he had many, underage wives. He's in prison. But in prison, still conducts.
Yeah.
They still see him as the leader.
He has sycophants.
Oh my God, it's crazy. It's nuts, man.
Crazy.
Wow. Well, anyhow, we did not intend to go down this rabbit hole, this loophole.
Fascinating.
We didn't go down
Loophole.
the poop hole.
Loophole.
But we did.
Nancy Drew #7. It's a great book.
So I'm going to switch gears for a moment, if you guys don't mind.
Okay.
And we'll move on to something else, unless you got somewhere else we want to go with this.
No.
Okay.
Does it get sexier?
Well, jorts are making a comeback.
Jorts!
All right.
So you tell me.
So no.
Let me,
Men, because they've been around for women for a while.
Did you rock jorts for any period of time?
Oh, God, yes. Yeah. All the time. Regularly. In fact, when we had drunk day, Nick kind of busted my chops because I'd said something about a shirt somebody was wearing. He goes, "Yeah, this from the guy wearing jorts." I was like, it was an aha moment for me. I'm like, I did not know. It was a fashion.
Jorts used to be very, very popular.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back to cutoffs.
Yes.
I mean, that's where jorts came from.
That's where they came from.
We would, when your jeans would wear out, cut them off and make them into shorts.
What about jerts?
Daisy Dukes, essentially. I wouldn't wear them quite that short.
Okay.
But,
Shirts.
What were they? Jerts?
Jean shirts.
Jean shirts. But yes, baggy Bermuda length jean shorts that were popular in the early 2000s are apparently making its way back. But Casey, you said they've been around. They've already been around.
Well, for women, tight like Daisy Dukes,
and I like those.
Yeah, I don't mind those at all.
I don't mind those at all.
But that's not what he's talking about. They're
the longer ones.
These are like longer and baggier.
Actually hemmed and everything.
Yeah,
I don't
they come
like
down to like knee length and whatnot.
To me, if I'm going for shorts, I want something that has a classic like basketball shorts that'll breathe more. Jorts, I always found them to be too hot for warm weather.
Too restrictive.
You don't like
too restrictive.
the denim. You don't like denim.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the exact same way.
Yeah.
Whether they're Daisy Dukes or jorts, I think denim is hot for summertime.
Hang on, Steve. You don't wear jeans, do you?
I do. I wore them yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I never really noticed.
Yeah. It's just because you're always looking at my beautiful face.
Casey doesn't wear jeans.
I have 2 pairs of fashion jeans now.
Okay.
Have you worn them?
Yes, I wear them, Kathy, because I don't dress up, but like I would wear them for a more cash form of event. You know, like when
Smart
going,
casual.
Yeah, going to like my daughter's shows and stuff like that. So I have a darker pair and a lighter pair, and I wore them. I think quite a bit.
Okay, because you modeled them for us.
Yes, but I will not wear jorts. I don't. For me, I don't judge people who do wear them, but I have no desire to wear jean shorts.
I probably won't get any more jean shorts.
You're scarred.
I'm scarred after Nick said that to me. I just they aren't crazy comfortable, and I wear most of the year. I wear denim. I wear jeans.
Wait, so what type of shorts do you wear then?
Oh, you'll love this cargo shorts, Kathy.
Oh, right, and you have a lot of golf shorts.
right now.
I do not have a problem with cargo shorts whatsoever.
Neither do I.
Especially when you're doing something like you wear for golf.
No, you're actually not allowed to wear this for golf. Yeah.
Oh, because it seemed to be very, very helpful.
And Jim Antes texted me and said the first time he ever played golf with you, you were wearing jorts.
Huh. I was wearing. Really?
Yes.
That you definitely can't do. I wonder where the hell we were playing golf. That had been a long time ago. Yeah, a lot of clubs will not allow
cargo shorts.
Public courses you can wear cargo shorts, but at private courses, no. That's a fashion faux pas. But I use those pockets, man. I put stuff in them. I put my glasses in there. I'll put my wallet in there sometimes. Oh, and by the way, the wallet is apparently according to a article that was put out, or it was a video, it was a post about a fashion-based generational debate. It reads, saw a Reddit thread recently where I asked how Gen Z people can identify if someone is a millennial or not, and one of the top responses was they have a wallet.
That means you're not a millennial?
A lot of replies from younger people confirm that they don't need a wallet anymore and they have everything digitally on their phones. But Gen Xers and other older folks were shocked to find the accessory is no longer essential.
So we're kind of going through this right now with my son. He will be 17 in a month from today. And so he just got his license. And so we needed to get him a wallet. And so, we've been going back and forth on this whole wallet thing because my daughter, she has a lot of things she'll carry on a lanyard, like her car keys and all that stuff are on a lanyard. A lot of other guys are just putting these things on the back of their iPhones, or they're putting all that stuff inside their iPhone cases.
Well, there's actual iPhone cases that have a little mini wallet on the back.
Those thicken it up. So I like the lean and mean. I don't even have a case on my phone. I just have the protective cover on the glass up front. Mm-hmm. I don't like that bulkiness, and so I forever have always carried my stuff loose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a money clip?
No.
Nothing. It's
Rubber
just
band, nothing?
Nothing.
My dad was a loose guy too.
No.
Yeah.
Case,
It's too
are
much
they
junk.
so they're not even using money clips, right?
No, so this one, and I'm so mad at myself. We saw this one wallet that he really liked, and I'm like, you know what? I have an extra one of these at home. Instead of buying it was like $42 for a wallet, I'm like, let's just go home and get
Mine
the
has
one that
fish on it.
Yeah. Well, shut up, because my wallet is actually a fish wallet.
There you go.
It is.
Figured as much.
But it's similar to this, and I couldn't find it, so now I got to go drop $42 on a stupid wallet.
In Colorado, they have an app now that you can upload your license to. So you can officially not have to carry anything but your phone. Because if you have Apple Pay on your watch or your phone, and then you have this app that has your license on it, you don't need anything.
I would never be that way. You lose your phone.
You've lost your ID.
You're absolutely screwed.
We talked about this before, the phenomenon of people who feel free to go about in the world without any ID. I'm like, oh my God, I have no ID.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will on occasion accidentally forget my wallet, and I'm like,
See, when I go for bike rides, Steve, I got these pockets in the back of your shirt, and I have a baggie that has a little bit of a first aid kit and some blah blah blah, some of that stuff, but also an ID. If I get hit by something or somebody or whatever,
can't.
So I always take I take my expired license, and then that's in the bag, that my travel bag.
One of the respondents in this had said something, and besides just your ID and everything, they said cash is king.
Yeah.
You got to have some cash on you. I don't care if you can pay with Venmo, if you can pay with credit cards, Apple Pay, whatever it is. Cash is king.
Listen.
Cash always works no matter what. You can if you need to bribe somebody, real quick.
You know, though, there
to
are.
let you in. You know, how about $5? You know, I've every now and then floated cash for stuff.
Well, we were just talking about traveling in different countries, having some bribe cash. I think it was down in Mexico, right?
Yeah.
To bribe the police when they pick you up on trumped up charges.
So they have, cash is king, except for if you're at like a concert or sporting event, then cash doesn't work at all. You can only use your cards. Citizens Bank Park and
the
link. I think they have those reverse ATMs. Do you have to pay a fee?
Do they suck the money out of you?
Yeah. No. So because at Citizens Bank Park, you can't buy anything with cash there. You have to buy everything with a card.
Which
so
is
if you
ironic
show up with cash.
The ballpark is named after a bank, for crying out loud.
I agree with you. I went to an ATM at Citizens Bank Park, got money, went to the freaking the hot dog place, and they're like, "Oh, we don't accept cash here." So what is the fee? Is there a fee to do
for a transaction?
For a transaction. So when you can, it's a reverse ATM where you put cash into it, and then they give you a debit card. So if I'm putting $40 in, am I only getting 38 back, or do I?
That is a really good question, because my guess is wherever there's an opportunity to make money on a surcharge, they're going to do it.
They have you over a barrel. And if that is the case, it sucks.
Move this barrel.
Unless, Steve, they want you to spend more, in which case eliminating the fees will allow you to do the thing that Casey wants to do, and then spend more money at the venue.
To me, and I was going to delay it in my life, and I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to put this all on apps, and I'm not going to doing a lot with the card and so on and so forth. And obviously, COVID pushed that way through. And, but again, having actual physical money is comforting to me, Preston, because of the notion that, let's say something goes wrong with a bank is hacked, or they lock up the computers, and we've seen companies that are predatory go off and shut off people's finances.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is alarming.
Yeah, even if you're at a venue that's cash only, you still might, if you find yourself in need of something.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's outside of the venue or whatever. You've got to have some money. You have to have some cash.
Well, in a lot of restaurants and like places like my nail salon, hair salon, like that, if you pay with cash now, because they've added that 3% for credit card charges.
Mm-hmm.
So if you pay cash, you can avoid that.
Kathy, my bagel place throws in 2 extra bagels if you play with cash.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Seriously?
That's great. That's
Wow.
really cool. Although I find if I've had cash, I've had the same bills in my wallet or in my purse for I can't even tell you how long. I never use for
George
cash.
Washington has a crew cut.
I don't use cash that much either, but I have it. I always have it with me, and
much you got?
and you never know what's that.
How much you got?
I try to keep somewhere in like $100.
Yeah.
Handy for whatever may be. Just in case to have some.
I'm never walking
buffer there.
around with less than $10,000.
$10,000.
I'm like the only one in my house who it carries cash. So as a result, I never have cash because I'm always giving it to somebody in my house.
Yeah. All right. Hang on a second here. From Live Nation, we have Renee who works for Live Nation. Hi, Renee. Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
So I work for Live Nation. I work at the venue in Camden, FM Center, and a couple of the venues in Philly, and we have that cash to card, the reverse ATM. There is no fee for it. There's no processing fee, transaction fee. There's no extra fees on it. So if you put $40 on it, you're going to get $40 on your card. You can also use that card anywhere else outside of the venue that takes, like, if it's MasterCard or Discover.
Let me ask you, Renee, though. So let's say you get down to 89 cents on the thing. Do most people just cast that into the ether, and it's like a gift card that you don't expend completely? Is it your perception that there's probably a lot of money that goes unspent?
There might be. What I do is I usually go to Wawa and just go through all my gift cards when they're that low.
Okay.
Take it off.
No, I hear you. Yeah. All right.
But yeah. Unfortunately, you can't add more cash to it. That's all.
Oh, just add more cash. Okay.
No, she said you can't add.
Oh, I thought she said you go.
So
Okay.
if you run out of one card, you got to get a new card.
Oh, I see.
Loadable.
All right.
That's how we get away without having to charge you guys with the extra fee for like a processing fee.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Renee.
You're welcome.
I will say one last call, and then we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Eric. Just moved back from Colorado. Hi, Eric. Good morning.
What's up, guys?
Yo, bud. All right, so you had something going on with your digital license?
Yeah, so I had just moved to Colorado in January, and I'm back now. I got pulled over my first week there, and the cop got out of the car and Had a little conversation. He started yelling at me, going, "Where's your license on your phone?" I said, "I just moved here."
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
And then you made love.
This is like my twin brother.
Yeah, right.
No, so how did it resolve? So he would only accept your license if you could present it on your phone, or did you not have a physical license?
I had the physical license. I just had to dig through my dashboard to get it.
Okay, and that was okay. But he got pissy with you for not having it on your digital license?
Correct.
Huh.
And it was because you had just moved to Colorado, and so you hadn't even done the transfer yet.
Exactly.
You should have told him that you listened to
Now
us.
I have a wallet with my license in it, so.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Eric. Yeah. I just, I mean, a lot of phones get stolen or lost, and if you lose, you've lost a whole lot of that information. And if all of your payment options are exclusive to your phone, I would feel uncomfortable without a backup.
The good thing is you can jump on with somebody in customer support and get disconnected 4 times in a row, Preston, as I did yesterday trying to rectify an issue.
Isn't that fun? All right. Anyhow, jorts and wallets. Discuss. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment, and we will have bizarre file stories, and we'll also have our Preston Steve Day Off at Dorney word of the day. Your chance to possibly win some tickets to that live broadcast coming up in July. We'll be right back.
Look at her whole life. At least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. In Ireland, a radio DJ died in the middle of his morning show, the station said. Yeah. Tim Goff was his name, 55 years old, was an hour into his broadcast when the music stopped halfway through a song. The music resumed a few minutes later, but the presenter did not return to his show. The broadcaster, Gen X Radio Suffolk, later confirmed that Tim sadly died. He was 55 years old, and the rest of the story was about people offering their condolences, so I don't know what happened.
It wasn't part of their cash cadaver promotion, was it?
I don't think it was. Don't think it was, Steve.
Now, one of us is going to die during the day. And we're going to die on air. When we do, call in.
Steve.
You've won cash cadaver.
Dude.
That's not funny. Although he probably would get a kick out of this.
No, that's just, it was his time, and it's horrific. Remember, I passed out.
Are you saying he would have enjoyed that bit?
I don't know. Would any of us have enjoyed it?
Probably.
I think so.
Probably.
I mean, if I ever die on air while I'm here with you guys and you want to do a cash contest surrounding that,
okay. Will you be our cash cadaver?
Totally.
All right.
We're allowed? Okay.
Yeah.
I want you guys sobbing. I'm gone.
Steve, I love the voice. So Dracula comes
Be
on.
the 11th call, and you'll be cash cadaver.
Oh, my God.
It didn't sound strong when he cracked the mic today. I just knew it was going to happen.
Oh, that's the actuarial.
Yeah.
That's the actuality from the winner.
By my phone, and when he started coughing, I knew it was time.
This is horrible. This is terrible. That poor guy.
He just sounded weak.
That's what I knew to call.
I knew. I stayed right by the phone.
Dude. Oh, my God. To our own kind.
I know. We're horrible.
Our own kind.
Well, they shouldn't have set up the contest.
Yeah, you're right.
What is this stupid contest?
Be the 14th caller.
You're the 11th caller for cash cadaver.
Oh, man.
That poor rest of the
Totally,
oh,
man.
My God.
It's just beyond. It's beyond the pale.
I'm not going to be able to stop thinking about that.
All right, we got a text that it should have been called the morning show, MOURN.
Ah, yeah.
No. We're very excited to welcome once again Mr. Chevy Chase.
Yes.
Chevy, thank you for coming on.
Chevy Chase. I've never heard a voice that low in my life.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the
Yes.
compliment.
Yes, who is this, please?
That's Preston, who has the low voice, and I'm the bald guy, if you can see us. So I'm Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. wait a minute. Are you the guy with the voice?
No, Preston.
I think I'm the guy with the voice.
That was very good. I loved it.
Thank you. Hey, Chevy.
Hi, guys. Nice to see you.
It's wonderful to have you on. I needed to ask, you 39 years ago, you guys made the film National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. And when you think back to that time when you were filming it, did you know that you had something extra special in that film and that people would still be loving it today? Because I've already watched it 3 times in the past couple of weeks.
No, I didn't like it. But no, of course. Let me just say this. When I make movies, I hope that people will like it, but you don't know, really. In fact, I've been doing recently some appearances, such as the one I'll be doing in Atlantic City at Tropicana, where I'm with an actual audience of, I don't know, a few thousand people or whatever. And until that time, I've never seen my audience. Basically, you make a movie and you never know anything. Once I snuck into a theater with Dustin Hoffman when we did a movie. I just snuck in and stayed in the back to see if they'd laugh.
Right.
But I mean, really, it's the same thing with Dustin or anybody. It's just we don't know.
Well, you know what? It's become a holiday classic, and it deserves that. But I also think, in a way, it might National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation might get short shrift on the emotional level because it resonates on so many of those levels as well. I remember years ago when I was a kid, my dad was sweating at a Christmas bonus check. And so that all of that, and I think it's captured beautifully in the movie in the attic scene where and I well up at that scene. That is a beautiful scene. How did that come together?
Oh, that's funny you should ask that. Well, it's not that funny, but we were in Breckenridge, Colorado on a ski slope shooting the very first scene in the movie where I'm going down the hill, and which you'll notice and see if you watch it. But it suddenly a blizzard hit us, and we were supposed to go back to L.A. and start shooting, and we ended up having to stay there. So the bed and breakfast that we were in had an attic. And we thought, well, let's try out their attic, which we did. That's where we shot it.
Wow.
In their attic. And I was happy to find, a couple of boards I could stand on that would hit me in the back of the head and in the front of the head and, whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's how we did it. And then at the end of that scene, might be interesting for those who watch it, I look out a window outside and see my family either arriving or driving away or something. That was shot in L.A. because if I looked out that window in Breckenridge, I would just see other houses and naked people. I lied.
No, but Steve's right. And I watched this movie the first time I was a teenager, and now I'm a father and I have 3 kids, and so the movie kind of on a few different times hits differently now as a father. And, somebody who prepares to make sure that, Christmas morning is as magical for my kids as it was for me. So, yeah, that one scene in particular is it's different.
Great.
But I always get surprised that when I can laugh at the same joke over and over again. And Chevy, the scene with you and the lady at the lingerie counter, it does not. Every single time I watch it, I'm like, I cannot believe that I'm like legit laughing out loud at the same joke over and over again. And when she says, "Can I take something out for you?" and you just start laughing, I laugh along with you. And
I know. I'm not going to say it on the air here, but
Thank you.
no, I love that part. And then you can't see the line, can you, Russ?
Is it lost on you at all that, and I don't, you have to be aware of this, that people quote you all the time? Like, I can't go play around the golf without using one of your lines from Caddyshack.
Fletch, everything, yeah.
Christmas time, there's always, Fletch. I have 2 Fletch sound clips that I play. You can hear these. Hey! And this one, I use those clips all the time. And it's just these little subtle things. Is it lost on you that you're part of people's everyday vernacular?
No. Well, it's lost on me, and that nobody tells me this except
us,
a sad guy like you.
No, I'm happy.
Honestly, I suppose I make those movies just for that reason. I'm different than other people who are quote comedians, and I say what maybe my dad would have thought was funny, that kind of thing. So I'm amazed at people's reactions, and I love it because he made me laugh a lot. So there you are.
No, that makes sense. There's a wonderful, and I just in research for talking to you, I checked out, did some reading and watched a video. There was a video of you with your daughter and your wife watching. This is a couple of years ago. You're watching the movie, and it was phenomenal because it's your daughter and you looking at each other, especially in the lingerie scene, and she's like, "Oh, Dad!" You could just see it on her face, and you give her this loving look, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I also have 3 children, and they're my daughters. Of course, they're now in their 30s, but we're a very close family. This is where I live. This is what I do. I live with my wife and 3 daughters, and God, do I love them all. They're just the best, and I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for them. Not to say that I was dying or something, but just, I just, that's it. I mean, I was looking at my wife this morning. I was in bed on top of her. No, I was in bed on. Oh, my God. No, I just look over, I peek over to her side of the bed, and she's out like or something, and I just love her.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand that. What I also love, Chevy, is you love the actual describing the movie, and people are going to go see you. You're going to get your money's worth because you have tons of stories. And I did not know that the house featured in the Christmas Vacation was actually the same house used in the Lethal Weapon movies.
Well, that's right. Once we went to L.A. after getting out of that place, we had a place called the Warner Ranch. It was right across from Warner Brothers Studios. And there must have been 12 or so houses that they would use over the years. And we picked one that had a great lawn. And on the lawn, by the way, there was a toilet, just a toilet. You mentioned Lethal Weapon. I believe there was a toilet scene at the very end where Danny
Glover.
Danny Thomas. What?
Danny Thomas. Danny Glover. Danny Glover's on the toilet. Yeah.
Like the toilet explodes or something.
Yeah.
So I said, that's got to be the house for us. And the property people had clearly forgotten to remove the toilet or just said, heck with it. And they got another house. And so I had our property people, please remove the toilet from the lawn. And then there's this scene, it's like one of the first scenes in the movie in which I fall off the roof, setting the lights up.
Right.
And I land behind this bush, and I landed on the toilet. Nobody saw that, but that's where the property people this time put it.
Oh, my God.
That's hilarious. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, we are going to have, there's one of the stars of Christmas Vacation actually still lives in this area, and we're going to have her in studio on Monday. The young girl who played Ruby Sue, Ellen Latson's going to be here on Monday.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Yeah, so
what a little kitty.
Yeah, well, she's a grown-up now. Do you have any memories of shooting any scenes with her? Because you guys did have that really touching scene.
Beautiful.
When you were
Santa Claus.
Yeah, Santa Claus, yeah.
Yeah. We went out together after that.
That's cool.
I'm kidding.
That would have been illegal at the time.
I know, I would have been. I'll say. No, she was a lovely girl. I can't remember exactly what Ruby Sue ended up doing.
A Day Off at Dorney is coming up. We are hosting the Savannah Broadcasting Live, and it is going to be on July 11th, and I have a very special word to share with you now. You're going to enter this word at PrestonandSteve.com. You click on the Day Off at Dorney little graphic we have there, and you can enter this. So the word is show, SHOW. So you enter this today, and you'll be in the running for a 4-pack of tickets to join us on July 11th. And you get free admission for that day, free parking, and entrance starting early at 8 a.m. So you can be there for our show and jump on some of the rides that will open up early. including Iron Menace, the brand new roller coaster.
And it looks badass.
Yeah, so we're excited to have you there with us. And the word again is show, so make sure you go enter that now at PrestonandSteve.com or WMMR.com. Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Sequoia Outback. You can get inspired as you cruise through 3 floors of decking, pavers, outdoor furniture, umbrellas, and fire pits, all staged in the largest outdoor showroom in the country. Route 309 in Hatfield. I love this story. A woman finally got a chance to confront her childhood bully after many years of karma was definitely on her side. Tiffany Moore, a professional violinist who's been performing for almost 2 decades, was shocked to get a random message from the woman who was cruel and nasty to her when they were kids. So the bully brazenly reached out to ask Tiffany to play at her upcoming wedding for free.
Oh, my
For
God.
free?
She said, "Hey, girl," Bride to be said in the message, "I'm getting married and I totally want you to play violin for my ceremony in October," adding that it would be the perfect gift. And Tiffany responded saying, "It's rather bold of you to assume that I'd gift you a $2,500 service. You bullied me relentlessly in middle school for being in orchestra." Well, the bride-to-be then called her very overpriced, but still asked for a discount before stating, "I want to be friends with you and leave the past behind us." Tiffany replied and said, "I already have friends, thanks. I don't have time to entertain your ignorance." And from there, the bully went back to her old ways, writing, "Go cry about not being able to pay your bills because you're too greedy. Besides, you're not even worth it. You suck."
Wow.
At that, this gets really good, okay? At that point, Tiffany posted the exchange on Instagram. The bully was furious about that. She called Tiffany pathetic, a nobody, and said, and I quote, "Once a nerd, always a nerd."
I mean, this is right out of a teen movie.
Threatened legal action and even called Tiffany a bully. Well, someone then shared the message with the groom, and he confronted the bride about it.
Yeah.
He messaged Tiffany himself to share that the woman he was going to marry, quote, lashed out like the bully she is and told him she never loved him anyway. And after the blow up, the wedding was called off.
Wow.
And the groom
man.
messaged Tiffany to say that he was grateful to her because he found out who his partner really was.
They should go out.
Is that not awesome?
Yeah.
He said, "You literally saved my life." He wrote this message to Tiffany on Instagram. She wrote back, "Today is the beginning of a new chapter for you. Cheers to a fresh start. No more narcissistic relationships."
We've had a couple. We had the story of the Asplunth, Insta handle.
Yep. Well, it's I love stories like that. That's fantastic. So happy to share that with you. A Mays Landing man surprised police in Stafford Township recently when officers discovered that he was hiding a baby deer inside a shopping bag inside a ShopRite.
Wait, what? A baby deer?
Yeah.
Did they sell them there?
I guess they had the sale.
Where's your doe deer?
So police were called to investigate suspected shoplifting at the grocery store. When officers arrived, they found Matthew Keithley walking around the area of the ShopRite. And as officers asked Keithley questions, they noticed a fawn poking its head out of the shopping bag.
Jeez.
All right.
Police told Keithley he was being arrested for illegal possession of a deer, and he allegedly attempted to run, but he was caught and taken into custody. Authorities allege that Keithley
They're on to me.
gave officers a fake name, and he was also in possession of crack cocaine and drug paraphernalia. He had active warrants in Atlantic County. Keithley is charged with illegal possession of a deer, possession of a controlled dangerous substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting arrest by flight, and providing false information. He's being held at the Ocean County Jail. Authorities said the fawn was released into the wild near where Keithley had found the animal, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
Going shopping with your fawn.
I guess he saw it, and he had a ShopRite bag. What the hell?
It'll fit.
Yeah. 53 years after a private plane carrying 5 men disappeared on a snowy Vermont night, experts believe that they have found the wreckage of the long-lost jet, and it is in Lake Champlain.
Wow.
The corporate jet disappeared shortly after departing the Burlington Airport for Providence, Rhode Island on January 27th, 1971. Those aboard included 2 crew members and 3 employees of the Atlanta, Georgia development company Cousins Properties who were working on a development project in Burlington. Initial searches for the 10-seat jet commander, turned up no wreckage, and the lake froze over 4 days after the plane was lost. At least 17 other searches happened through the years until underwater searcher Gary Kozak and a team using a remotely operated vehicle last month found wreckage of a jet with the same custom paint scheme in the lake close to where the radio control tower had last tracked the plane before it disappeared.
They must have been ecstatic to finally be rescued.
No, they were dead.
What?
Sonar images were taken of the wreck, and it was found in 200 feet of water.
Wow.
With all those pieces of evidence, we're 99% absolutely sure, Kozak said. The discovery of the wreckage gives families of the victims some closure and answers a lot of questions that they had. While relatives are grateful and relieved that the plane has been found, the discovery also opens up more questions and some old wounds. So they are investigating now. They're going to take a look at it, the National Transportation Safety Board, to verify if it's the plane, and maybe they can find out what went wrong with it.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
After all this time.
Yeah. The relatives of the victims plan to hold a memorial now that they know where the plane is located. So, yeah, you can lose a plane. And then one more quick story, and then we'll wrap it up. A man has died after falling from a 1,981-foot cliff in Norway that was featured in a Mission Impossible film.
Yes.
Preikestolen, known in English as Pulpit Rock, is a cliff in southwestern Norway overlooking the Leisfjord. It is one of Norway's most famous mountain hikes and sees more than 300,000 visitors a year.
Is this the one Cruz jumps the motorcycle off?
That I don't know.
Yeah.
Nina Thompson from the police said a man in his 40s had died Monday. She said the man was traveling alone and was found with his phone and ID. He had not yet been officially identified, but police say they are reasonably certain of his identity. They're stating that the investigation has ruled it an accident. They said we have no assumptions that anything criminal has happened. 2 witnesses were questioned, including one who saw the incident happen. He explained the man had slipped and fell. Jeez. Although it is the most iconic natural landmark in Norway, Preikestolen grew in fame when it was featured in the 6th Mission Impossible film. So I don't know.
Fallout. It's Steve where he has the fight with Henry Cavill.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So it's not the one where he does the motorcycle jump.
No, that's a brutal one as well.
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Hey, we have a guest who's in the studio, and we're going to talk a little bit about an event that I participate in each and every single year, and it's coming up soon, 10 days away, Sunday, June 23rd at Lincoln Financial Field, and it is... Give Me Steps. No, it's the Crohn's and Colitis Take Steps event, and we are happy to welcome the senior manager with fundraising campaign and volunteer engagement. Melanie Zhitninski is here with us this morning. Hello, Melanie.
Hello. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Absolutely. Nice to see you again.
Yes.
Ready for another great event?
Yeah. So, we just keep getting bigger and better every year.
Yeah. So the event has moved a couple of times. It was over at the Citizens Bank Park. It's been at the Link the past few years, which is a great spot for it. I mean, obviously the building is huge. And we can do it rain or shine.
Rain or shine, absolutely. Most of it's under the concourse.
Yep.
Which is great.
Yes.
Yes. So, and for those who aren't aware of Crohn's and Colitis, you guys raise money for research and tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis are debilitating digestive diseases. The largest growing population of people with IBD, inflammatory bowel disease, is actually children. There are millions of Americans living with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. And the mission of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation is to improve the quality of life of these patients and also try to find cures.
You know, it's interesting, Preston, prior to your daughter and just back, this was not on my radar, really.
Right.
Like, I never really quite even knew about this and this situation. And it went from 0 to 60. And is there any reason why it is predominantly affecting children at this point?
I think that we're just learning more.
Just
and
learning
more
that that's
and
the
getting
nature of it?
Diagnosed quicker.
Okay.
I was personally diagnosed 22 years ago when I was 12 years old.
Okay.
And just to see, back then, a lot of people were taking a lot longer to get diagnosed. So I think there's a lot more education out there.
Right.
And a lot of that is due to the advocacy work of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation to really spread the word, and events like Take Steps that really raise awareness and bring people together to talk about it.
Yeah, and another thing is obviously when you talk about Crohn's and stuff that has to do with the bowels, obviously you're thinking of, oh wow, you just have diarrhea a lot or something like that, and you don't understand the excruciating pain that these people can go through. I mean, we're talking doubled over in just absolute agony, year after year. And Melanie can attest to this. We'll have a featured speaker, someone who's had the issue for a long time. And they break down and cry when they are telling their story. There are some people who at some point had thought about taking their own lives because the pain is so severe all the time. I mean, it's a really serious issue.
Yes, and I think a lot of people struggle with anxiety and depression and fear of sharing. It's not the most glamorous of diseases, but it is important to share what's going on so that people can feel comfortable telling people so that we're not all feeling alone in this.
And it's being managed better these days. There are more ways to be treated. And the event itself is, even though you said it's a more serious issue, is very light and fun and has fun with everything.
Absolutely. We make the day so fun. It's really a celebration of the IBD community.
Right.
It's much more like a festival. We'll have stilt walkers, live music around the concourse, swoop, obviously hosted by WMMR's Preston, Elliott. And we just make it the most fun it can be. You know, that's what all of these kids deserve. There's patients of all ages there, caregivers, doctors. And if there's one day we should celebrate all we can do together, it's that Take Steps.
Yeah, and the team names are a blast too. So my team, if you would like to join, we're called the Shart Breakers.
Right.
And you get a shirt and all this stuff that comes along with it, and all the teams where they're hilarious. There's I'm forgetting some of them I can't say because I actually use the S word, like the crappy Beatles. I'll put it that way. It's one of my all-time favorites. But Game of Thrones and there's all
Game of Crohn's.
Game of Crohn's. Yeah, there's a play on all this stuff. So what's the goal this year as far as fundraising goes?
We have Philadelphia is the largest Take Steps event in the country. We have a goal of raising $735,000 this year. So we need your help. Yep. Sign up. Go to cctakesteps.org and search Philadelphia. Sign up. Create your own team. Join WMMR's team, or just join and support them. We can use it all, and it just come out for a fun day. That's what it's all about. We really appreciate every single person who joins us that day.
Excellent. And if you can't make it, you can just make a donation as well if you'd like to. And if it's like $10 or whatever, it doesn't have to be a gigantic.
For $735,000.
If you got $735,000, boy, would that save us some time.
Give me a call, please.
We can set you up with that. But no, I'm looking forward to it. Yes, and I host the event, and we always have a great time, rain or shine, no matter what. There's like Melanie was saying, there's great bands there. That's what I love. When you walk around the concourse, the place is big enough that they can have like 4 or 5 bands set up in different spots. And as you're going by, you're like, oh my God, these guys are great, man.
Can I sound a little ignorant? And so with everyone who has those sort of situations, what's the kind of food? Do you have to be, it's like there's special food that people would be like, oh, I'm thrilled that they have this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With dietary concerns?
There's a big diversity of needs around nutrition and diet. And then obviously we have plenty of people who aren't patients who come to the event. So gluten-free, dairy-free options will be available. We'll have food truck festivals all around Pepsi Plaza, and they always bring lots of dairy-free and gluten-free options.
You have to focus on that because I do a lot of animal charities, and sometimes they'll somebody will say, hey, we're going to have a roasted pig. I say, no, you can't do that. But good. So people will have options.
Exactly. People will have plenty of options, and we try to make it, as inclusive as possible for everyone.
Dietz and Watson is always there.
Dietz and Watson is always there. They're a great supporter of the foundation, and they let you spin the wheel. You get some fun Dietz and Watson swag, and they sell their hot dogs and give it all the support back to the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. So we truly appreciate it.
All right. Well, we have a link on PrestonandSteve.com. You can join my team. You can donate. You can do whatever, but please help out because there's a lot of people that are in pain and they need some help. And this is coming up on Sunday, June 23rd. But if you want to join the Sharp Breakers, be happy to have you on the team. So excellent. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yep. I will see you on the 23rd. So come and join us, folks. All right. We will take a break. We will come back in just a moment or two. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I sort of lost track of her, but her name is Ellen.
Yeah.
And I hope for the best for her. She was terrific fun. Yeah.
Talking
Lovely
about
girl.
Speaking of the cast, when the entire family is at the Griswolds, look at the lineup of people that were in that living room: John Randolph, Diane Ladd, E.G. Marshall, Doris Roberts, Randy Quaid, of course, William Hickley, the great Mae Questel. What a group of actors. That just must have been.
Don't forget Beverly D'Angelo.
Beverly D'Angelo, of course.
Yeah, in trouble.
And
no, you're right. May Castell and John Randolph was my dad. May Castell. Yeah, a great group of really good actors. William Hickey was a teacher, and some of the greatest actors went to his school.
I think at that point he just won the Oscar for, was it Prizzi's Honor?
No, I didn't win it for that one, but I won it for the.
No, he did.
Oh, that's correct. I'm so sorry. Yes, he did.
Yeah. Well, having that cast at that level of capability, for in supporting roles, just made everything that much better. Now, the legend has it that you also incurred an injury during the tirade sequence with the front lawn decorations that were not working with you. Is that true?
Well, that's right. It was a rant when I was ranting about how I couldn't get the, things together and all that. And I just, from out of nowhere, decided to kick these reindeer that were on the lawn, punch them.
Right.
Because I was angry at everything. And that wasn't supposed to be in the movie. I just did it and the camera followed me. No. And I came back with a broken finger after doing it. I thought it was like made of mud or something. I didn't know what it was made of, but it certainly didn't absorb anything except my bones.
Speaking of rants, when you finally, when the dam breaks and you realize, Clark is not going to get the bonus, and you go on that, bug-eyed, fish-eyed, blah, blah, that whole thing. Yeah. Was that, had you written all that out yourself and rehearsed all of that, or was some of that just coming off the cuff while you were going through that?
No, we wrote it. Actually, I wrote it, come to think of it. And each one of those adults watching me do it had a little card on the front of their.
That is great.
You can't see. You can look for it, but you can't see it. And so that's why I put all those words, because I couldn't remember them all. It was just too many.
And that's
a great thing to know.
That's what I was wondering, because it is a lengthy string of pseudo profanities that were just all over the place. They were bizarre.
That's Brando had. That was the thing Brando did during The Godfather. He had the actors he was facing. They had cue cards on them. Because that's a string of things to remember, but it's one of the seminal scenes. And correct me if I'm wrong, Beverly D'Angelo has an improv physically when the SWAT agents come through the windows, correct?
Oh, did you say erect?
Yeah, it pertains to that.
Oh, you said correct, yeah. No, you're right. That just sort of happened. I did not feel a thing, just for those who might watch the movie. But which made me cry inside. Oh. I did not feel a thing, but that's just Bev. She just happened to do that, and so you'll see it in the movie.
That's beautiful.
You guys have such a chemistry, and we talked to her just recently, and that's. And there's obviously a real friendship there, and in that moment when you first met her and you were doing the first movie. Did you try with anyone else? Was it just were you kind of just paired with Beverly D'Angelo right from the get-go and realized you had that chemistry?
Not paired. I paired.
You paired.
I interviewed quite a few girls for that role.
I see.
And Bev just seemed right away. So I chose that girl.
And I saw that you and her and Christy Brinkley were was it Comic-Con recently, or it was at convention?
Oh, a few days ago, yeah.
Does that does that happen from time to time? Some of the national the vacation family kind of run into each other here and there.
Not really.
Okay.
That just happened to be. I know. Why did that happen to be? It did anyway.
Yeah.
Christy and Bev are quite a couple. I won't even get into it. It's too funny.
That's awesome.
I said Randy Quaid is of course amazing in it, and Randy's taken some turns since the movie, but that he comedically for a guy who's also a tremendous actor, a dramatic actor, he just ate that role up. Was some of your dialogue improv with him as well?
I backed off a little bit and turned your volume off. Are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we lost you for just a second.
You were saying Randy?
Randy Quaid.
I was about to say that Randy, if it weren't for Randy, I wouldn't make those movies. You know, as you said, he's a brilliant actor. Period. And he just came on. You serious, Clark? You know that guy.
Yeah.
And I do a good impression of Randy. And I just think he's such a solid guy. I spoke to him on the phone relatively recently, and he was home with his wife and child, who unfortunately is a puppy, a dog. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, but no, Randy and his, he's just a regular guy. I mean, I can't tell you, when we're walking through that grocery store and he keeps piling the dog food on the thing, I'm not going to give it all away, but that's the guy I wanted.
Yeah.
And he did that, by the way, out of nowhere. He just started piling those things on.
It's hilarious.
I picked up some light bulbs and put that there to see what would happen.
Chevy, do you have a favorite of any of the vacation movies? I mean, each one of them means something different to each one of us. Is there one that stands out to you?
Well, I like the Godfather version.
The Godfather's an American masterpiece.
I know. So is one of mine, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep fighting for it. No, I don't think. I think the first vacation and Christmas Vacation are probably my favorites. But then I think about European Vacation. That was very funny.
Yeah.
I had Eric Idle in that, and then Vegas Vacation wasn't my favorite. It was rough to do, but otherwise, I mean, I enjoyed it very much, obviously. But I think the first one and the last one.
Well, there are tons of stories associated with the movies, and I'll just bring up one that you got a lot of tidbits that you've given us today. But as the legend goes, Chris Columbus was offered the directing role for National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation first, and then passed on it, and he went on to direct Home Alone from that. Is that correct?
No, actually, he discovered the country in 1492.
Oh, it was that one. Wow.
Anyway, I have no idea if that's really true. I don't know Chris Columbus.
Okay.
I always wanted Harold Ramis, and is that who I got?
No, you got Jeremiah
Richard?
Chekchik.
Oh, I got Jeremiah. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
So there you have it. My knowledge of that is really shaky.
What you've given us is worth it, though. The conversation has been great, and this is some of what you'll get if you attend the screening and the conversation afterwards.
Yeah, this is going to be
thank you.
Saturday night at Tropicana Casino and Resort in AC. Tickets available at Ticketmaster. I'm actually going to give away some here in just a little bit.
8 o'clock. It'll be great fun. I hope the place fills up and is packed with young girls.
As a fan,
wonderful people.
As a fan, we are thrilled you're doing this with your movie catalog because we are massive fans.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. I thank you for that.
Thanks you so much,
interview.
Chevy. Have a great holiday. Enjoy the weekend and take care of yourself. Okay.
Well, you too, guys.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Chevy Chase, guys. I mean, come on, man. The great Joe Satriani, guitarist.
The only rock in St. Louis, KGN 89.1. Up on deck right now, we've got some hot new stuff from a guy named Joe Satriani. This cat really knows how to play guitar. Watch out for him. He's getting some really fantastic...
Dude, stop it.
If I have to listen to, he's calling my phone.
Okay, all right.
Then you got to listen to that.
Commercial success from his all-instrumental album, which you don't...
This is me in broadcasting school.
Right.
Mind you.
See much of, and I see some very big things from him in the future. So what do you say we roll it? This is The Crush of Love on KGN.
At least, listen, I still have never showed you guys mine. At least you're like, you're doing it. Like, I froze. I didn't, like, the words weren't even coming out of my mouth.
There's no words on it?
Oh, yeah. It was, Steve, there were very little words on it.
I didn't know that.
Do you have it, or is it just mythical
No,
now?
I have it. I think I lied to you guys and said I didn't.
I think you did.
I knew it.
We know you did. Preston, but that's a very serviceable... It's not that bad.
It was terrible.
No, that's what I mean. Like listen, it's terrible now, but like you were speaking well, and you.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
I was talking like this, you know.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like you're in broadcast school.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, here's another one if you want to hear Foreigner.
This is KGN 89.1, the only rock of St. Louis. Good afternoon. I am feeling good, and I hope you are too. And if not, I've got just the thing for you. Here's a little bit of Foreigner, Double Vision on KGN.
I like that. I hope you're feeling good. If not, there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it.
That's me, by the way, just sitting in a booth with a tape recorder.
Yeah.
I wasn't actually on the radio.
It's
I was
the weirdest-
pretending. I had to make up a radio station. KGN did not exist. I made that up. No. I don't know why I thought of those letters KGN. K-Gun.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. Kevin Gunn.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joe Satriani, that cat turned 66 years old today. We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swardson.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's home.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
a lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
This goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
That's why I wanted to
they'll come to
preface.
my
Yeah.
show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
This is a whole other
crazy!"
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes. Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swardson." That was my first.
Get into the Jersey Shore 64 results, which we are going to reveal the next leg in just a second. Here, Steve, you wanted to mention this event coming up on Saturday.
I appreciate it, Preston. I'm going to hit it again. We've been trying mightily to get this wonderful dog, Cannoli, adopted, and this dog has... We've had so many near misses. This is a great dog. She was rescued from the puppy mills out in Lancaster by Finding Shelter. And basically the deal is she is an only dog. If you're going to... We want to get her adopted into the perfect home. We know someone's out there who's going to be a perfect match, but she is going to be the one pet. Because you know how some dogs don't get along with other dogs? And this is Cannoli. For however she was treated or whatever, this is not the case. But she loves humans. She's wonderful. So I'm going to be at Vinyl Revival, which is at 19 North Lansdowne Avenue in Lansdowne, PA. It's this Saturday from 11 to 1, having a little event for you to come out and meet Cannoli, see if you want to adopt Cannoli. I'm going to be there and hanging out and petting her. And you don't bring your animals, please, because this is the whole purpose. She doesn't get along with other animals. But I'm confident we can get her into a home. And by the way, Vinyl Revival is an awesome record store. It's the day before Father's Day. So if you're looking to pick up some gifts, you can shop the Finding Shelter Boutique for handcrafted dog toys and accessories. You can enjoy delicious vegan cannolis for sale by Batter and Crumbs too. Plus 20% of all the sales at Vinyl Revival will go to Finding Shelter, which is a great organization. So again, this dog is so close to finding her forever home. She's an amazing animal. Come out and meet her, see if you guys jibe. And then if you do, I'm going to cover the cost of the adoption. I'm going to get you a super kick-ass dog bed and some other stuff as well. So let's see if we can finally do this and get this dog into the home it deserves. That's this Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., Vinyl Revival in Lansdowne. The information's on PrestonandSteve.com.
Looking at the link right now, so it's very easy to go and get.
All right, thanks.
Before we do this, Case, you wanted to mention something.
Yeah, so I wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to the folks over there at NRG. They are a sponsor and a contributor to the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah, love them.
You know, every single June they have this NRG flag football tournament, and they do it at the NovaCare complex, which for me, as a lifelong Eagles fan, is really, really cool to be able to go to the NovaCare complex and play football on the indoor. We play on the indoor field. But we had a great time. And my team, we play for Philabundance. Unfortunately, we did not win. I believe that the Chop team won. So there's a Philabundance Chop. There's a Nemours.
They have access to performance-enhancing drugs, though.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. So I want to give it. And so the people that are invited to play are representatives from each of the charitable organizations, as well as radio, television, and social media personalities. And so I got to give a shout out to Kyle Pagan. You guys, we met him as a show a few months ago.
He's
love
a great
that guy.
broadcaster, and I saw the reel that he put on his Instagram featuring you. It was really cool.
This guy was an absolute menace. All right, so the dude is 6'5", and I think he's got a wingspan of about 20 feet. And so in the beginning of our first game against them, we were just marching down the field left and right. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. We were up by 2 scores, and then he decided to play the line. I couldn't get the ball because I was our quarterback. I couldn't get the ball past him. It was ridiculous. And then I watched him make this play in their championship game that he said Jervis intercepted a ball, was going to run down for a touchdown. He dives for the flag. I mean, I was like, the dude was just a beast all day long. So it was him and Pat Gallen, and then my boy E-Rock. He's a huge Eagles fan.
Right.
But Preston, I had a Preston moment. There's this gentleman. I wish I could remember his name, but he represents 4th and John. It's another Eagles social media outlet. And for some reason, I mistook him for the Pizza John guy.
Oh.
And so I am talking to him about pizza. I'm like, hey, man, pizza. And then I went to this pizza place in Westchester I tell him about. And it wasn't until later. I'm like,
how is it with this guy and pizza?
Press, I was talking to him very vaguely because everybody loves pizza, Yeah. And so thankfully I was as vague as possible. But he had to think like, this guy keeps bringing up pizza. Why the hell is he bringing up pizza? So my apologies.
It's like the pretzels.
It's like a little bit. Not quite like the Wetzel's Pretzels guy.
At any point, did you call him Travis?
I did not call him
then
Travis.
Then you're okay.
But I did have one more moment that I want to talk about because in the 26 years I've been doing the show with you guys, I felt really, really cool and popular yesterday because Dom, the head of security, was there. Breland Moore from Fox 29.
Yeah, she's great.
She went down. She broke her ankle. So I just found out she's
completely broken.
It's a fractured ankle. She's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks or whatever.
Oh, man.
Listen, I'm grateful. I thought she ruptured an Achilles, right? Because she went down. She heard a pop. And so, unfortunately, she was done for the day. And then they ended up calling Dom over to take her to the medical facilities. So I'm like, I got to go say hi to Dom. I'm going to tell him that I work with Kathy because Kathy knows Dom. Before I can even say anything, I'm like, hey, Dom, how you doing? And he goes, I know who you are. I was like, hang on. I know Kathy Romano. He goes, yeah, I know who you are. I'm like, that's pretty cool. That was really cool that Dom, head of security,
You're Jackie Bam Bam.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
he knows our show. I've been friends with Dom for a very long time. Like right around when we came to MMR, shortly after. And he used to listen to us for a little while. Like when I was really good friends with him, he would listen. And he would have some of the players, if he had them in his car, he'd have them listen as well.
Do you see Casey? He just got a promotion too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not going to be able to ban him from the sideline this season, even if he has incidental contact with some other player because of his new title.
Is he like part of the coaching staff?
That's
almost?
exactly right. Yeah, they bumped him up. So not only is he head of security, but he's got a new level where they can't toss him off the field just in case.
Good for him.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Dom and congratulations to all the people that went out and played.
By the way, it doesn't surprise me that she got hurt, man. With flag football, if you're really trying to play, you can hurt yourself without contact. It's easy. We played back at WDRE. We had an afternoon show versus morning shows. I was doing afternoons at that time, and 2 people left with major injuries.
Oh, yeah.
Day. There was a spiral fracture, and
man.
also somebody blew out their ACL.
See, that's what I was concerned about that, and I was, listen, I'm no spring chicken, but like you get out there and you get on the field and you can't help but compete. You know what I mean? Like, and you're using muscles in a way that you haven't used.
No, and not explosively that way, where you're bolting and doing all that stuff and changing directions on a dime. I think because of the nature, I think people are lulled into, well, this isn't tackle. to go around and to try to reach the flags, sometimes you're contorting in a weird way, and that's how injuries like that happen.
Exactly.
I almost tackled a guy because I was going for his flag and I missed the flag, but I had a hold of his shorts and he was trying to run. And I'm like, well, you're not going anywhere, buddy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is that a foul?
Yeah. Well, no, it's not. Believe it or not. I mean, you're not supposed to tackle people, but you can.
You can pants them.
Yeah. You can push them out of bounds or whatever. Oh, and by the way, Hollis Thomas says hi. He was our team coach.
Cool. Love Hollis.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Breland ended up in a wheelchair by the end of the whole thing?
Yeah, they had to wheel her to the medical facilities.
I thought for sure she played in college, but it turns out she was the mascot. Remember, we had her at the Camp Out for Hunger, and but she said, and that was the first time I ever heard or found out that if you are a mascot, a lot of times you'll get a scholarship. Like they'll cover your costs.
And Mark Farzetta also said to say hi to all you guys. He was on my team as well.
Nice. All right. Well, we've got the Jersey Shore 64, and it's narrowing down. The voting wrapped up this morning at 8 a.m. for the second round. So that now means we have the winners that are going to move on. What are we calling the next bracket? Do we know?
Is it the oh, geez. I just had it. It's not the salty 16.
The poop hole loophole 16.
There you go. I like
loophole
it. I like
16.
It. No, we have our own custom names for each bracket, and Casey will try to find that out. But so we have 32 that we're vying to move on
Thirsty
to
32.
The Thirsty 32.
Marissa's
Sunny 16.
And the Sunny it's the Sunny 16. All right.
Sunny, yeah. I love you in the morning and in the afternoon. I was doing the Graham song.
I thought you were having a seizure.
It went over well.
Yeah. The Graham song?
Shoot, what was the song?
Golden
I love
Grahams?
you in the morning and in the afternoon. I love you in the evening and underneath the moon.
I don't know. What do you mean?
Skinnamarink dinky dinky.
Look at her. She's doing it.
I love you.
Thank you.
Yeah. What is that from?
I don't remember.
Pulp Fiction.
It was like the Kangaroo Show from the 90s.
Okay. All right.
Graham something.
Yeah, I don't remember that. All right, well, I've got the results here if you guys are
Exciting.
interested.
Yeah.
So
I think this is when it's going to start to get really competitive.
I agree. So Maurice Piers was against Ocean City Coffee Company. Maurice Piers moves on to the next round. They won.
Sorry, was it Captain Kangaroo?
No.
She said no.
No, it was Sharon, Lois, and Bram.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, so then we had the Fudge Kitchen against Buckets. Winner of that one is Fudge Kitchen.
You guys said really good fudge.
Yeah, that's an upset for me, though. Buckets is so cool.
Margaritas, right, for you?
Yeah.
All
Right
right.
on the bay.
Fudge versus margaritas.
and these matchups can be anything like that. Fudge versus margaritas. The next one is a very nice restaurant against a Wawa. So the Reeds against the Doo-Wop Wawa. And the winner there, Doo-Wop Wawa.
Wow.
Moves on to the Sunny 16.
I just keep thinking of where Pierre's going to broadcast. Like, could you imagine him in the parking lot of Wawa?
That parking lot?
Yeah.
That's a cool parking lot.
That'd be fun. It's always moving. Then you have Congress Hall that went. So you've got a very rich history there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Against Uncle Bill's.
Which, I mean, you're
Which
talking
is what
about,
again?
It's a pancake house. It's a breakfast
you
place.
guys rave about this place.
But so two things. I mean, it's popular because it's really, really good, but also they're in like every single beach town as well.
Well, there's one right next to Congress Hall in Cape May.
Yeah.
It's Uncle Bill's.
Don't underestimate the power of the pancake.
All right, so now that means Maurice Piers goes against Fudge Kitchen and Doo-Wop Wawa against Uncle Bill's. This is starting to get real interesting now. All right, next bracket. Lucy the Elephant against Sand Jam. Sand Jam is like a merch store or
like a surf shop.
A surf shop, thank you. Is that fair?
Yeah, surf apparel.
Apparel, yeah.
Apparel.
It doesn't matter because Lucy won.
Oh!
Lucy the Elephant, iconic.
I wondered if the landmark would win. Is it now? Are they still doing that thing? They'd offered it for a while where you could stay inside Lucy. There was like
there were
hotel
certain
room?
nights out of the year that they were allowing that.
She was under construction for a hot minute.
She had a hysterectomy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, and I didn't see Lucy with my own eyes for the first time until it had to have been 2020, like during the pandemic. That's the first I rode my bike past it.
Yeah, there's a full room and it's a hotel room. It's like a suite in there.
Yep. Then you had Sunset Beach against Core Brothers, and the victor there, Core Brothers, walks away with it. Yeah. Then we have the restaurant Surfing Pig against another restaurant, Mud Hen Brewing, and reigning supreme there, Surfing Pig.
Wow. Wow.
That surprised me.
Because
Me too.
Because that's not Surfing Pig, but I'm sorry, I have my
Mud
brain.
Hen.
That is your post Keenan's broadcast spot, is it not?
No, Serving Pig, is where we would go to.
Yeah. But the Mud Hen is where the Preston Elliott Trio plays.
Yes.
Oh, wait, Surfing Pig is breakfast?
Yeah.
No, it's all day.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner, drinks on the dock.
But
around the clock.
Mud Hen is really growing. They're expanding. It's really big, and so I was surprised. It's packed.
That's
all
where
the
your
time.
trio plays?
Yes. Surfing Pig won. Then you had the Windrift Tiki Bar against the Deauville Inn.
Oh, wow.
What do you think, Kathy?
Well, I already saw who won, and both of them are so, they're just go-tos.
Windrift is the victor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you work at the Deauville Inn?
No,
we did
that was the Dilworth Town Inn in Westchester.
The Deauville's where Casey and Kathy and I got hammered and then had to take the limo ride home.
And Casey walked on the Blue Route.
All right, next we have the Cape May Zoo against the OD.
Oh, that's another tough one. And that's like family friendly versus
zoo.
Versus not family friendly.
The victor there, going family friendly. Cape May Zoo.
By the way, the parking lot that you accessed for the Cape May Zoo on South Dennisville Road is under construction right now.
They're building something big back there.
Yeah, they are. It's
where the animals are going to park.
It's awesome. Listen, it's a free zoo. They accept donations, but also, man, they have a really great ropes course.
Yeah.
The OD, I will not, I love the place, but I will not go inside because they always have live music no matter what time of day it is. The ceilings are low.
Yeah.
It is so loud. I went one time, we were a few hours in there. When we left, we literally couldn't hear each other. The ringing was so bad, and I was like, I can't do that. So they have an outside area, so I'll go there, but I can't go inside.
So we had the Point against Willow Creek Winery. And the winner there, didn't you say Willow Creek
Willow
Winery?
Creek.
Yeah, me too.
Willow Creek Winery.
The Point won that one. So they move on to the next round. Then you had Max Pizza versus Cape May Brewing. And moving ahead is Cape May Brewing in that fight.
Yes.
So
Have you guys been?
Yeah.
Okay.
That surprises me too. I thought pizza and fudge and saltwater taffy, those were going to reign supreme.
Right.
Also, in the trying to come up with this original list, Cape May Brewing got taken off of the list and then put back on.
Why is that?
Just because we could only do 64, so it was and so we ended up taking it off and then we put it back on. Wait, I was going to ask a question. Cape May Brewing against who?
Max Pizza.
Oh, so are we all there's no pizza places on it now?
Well, Manco and Manco is going up against somebody.
We're not done yet.
Okay.
All right. So, by the way, next matchup was the Inlet against Keenan's.
Which are their neighbors. I mean, they're right next to each other. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Keenan's.
Come on. They have a very popular live broadcast show they do.
All right, and then, here's our pizza matchup. Manco against the Cape May Lighthouse.
Oh, wow. Those are so different.
Yeah.
What's the pizza like at the Lighthouse?
Non-existent.
You got to bring it from Manco's.
But there's a little ice cream stand right there.
There is. And it's Cape May Lighthouse that beat out Manco and Manco. So there is no pizza left in our matchup.
So now we're out of pizza.
Yeah, we're out of pizza.
That's effed up.
Then you had the 2 Mile Landing facing off against Seaport Pier. And walking away a winner is Seaport Pier.
Pierre could.
Moving on to the what is it?
The
Sunny 16.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised at that because the Seaport Pier is new. I mean, it's
but it's really cool.
It is cool.
Really cool.
Yeah.
But I don't know, that 2 Mile Landing's been there forever and ever and ever, and that's for us that is a sunset dinner destination.
Right.
In fact, my daughter just went there last night for dinner and sunsets.
All right, and then we had the Mad Batter against Pirate Island Mini Golf.
Man, I root for Mad Batter.
Okay. Well, too bad, loser. Because Pirate Island Mini Golf won.
All of the I don't know if I should call them chains. I get shore chains are winning. Fudge, the
Coors.
By the way,
Core Brothers.
Yeah,
that could have
Bills.
something to do, Kathy, with exposure.
Yeah.
So if you have multiple locations all around the shore area, then you're going to be known to more people and more voters. Now, this does not mean that the businesses and the people who support these standalone businesses can campaign and support and try to get the word out.
I think they should.
Yeah. All right, and then the last matchup is Mike's Seafood against the Washington Street Mall. And Mike's Seafood won that one.
Hi, Mike.
Right.
Wow.
Just a restaurant, I assume, correct?
Yeah, it's right on the bay in Seattle.
And Seattle, it's like the place to go for seafood.
Okay.
All right, so let me give you the next matchups for the Sunny 16. Here's how it's going to be. Maurice Pierce against Fudge Kitchen. Doo-Wop Wawa against Uncle Bill's. Lucy the Elephant against Core Brothers. Surfing Pig against Windrift. Cape May Zoo against The Point. Cape May Brewing against Keenan's. Cape May Lighthouse against Seaport Pier. And Pirate Island Mini Golf against Mike's Seafood.
So which is Cape May dominating in location? Who has the most?
Well, there's a bunch of chains in there, too.
Yeah.
Wildwood has 3, 4, 5, 6.
Cape May, 1, 2, 3.
But a few of these are in more than one town.
Yeah, so like Uncle Bill's and all that.
Yeah, I wouldn't count those.
So I don't know. It looks like a pretty good spread, though. But yeah, that moves on now, and you can vote.
Cape May Brewing actually has a beer that's based on the Cape May Lighthouse.
Really?
Yeah.
Put them into one.
It's called Cape May Light.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's great. So the voting for this next round goes for another week, and we'll wrap up on the 20th at 8 a.m.
I just thought of something else we could do. Maybe next year we could do the Jersey Whore 64.
Yeah, man.
And we
Okay.
can round up some prostitutes in Atlantic City. And
Hi, this is Sophia. Vote for me on the Jersey Horse 64.
That's when the whores come in.
all right, so this is available at WMMR.com. We encourage you to vote, and we encourage you to be a part of this because Pierre Robert is going to be broadcasting live from one of these locations, and you can also win $500 by voting alone. So
I'm actually having a lot of fun with these, and I've actually, because I just voted for the round 3, I surprised myself with some of these votes. The one thing that I thought was going to win, I just voted against it.
What?
Crazy, yeah.
What?
Yeah. Because it's all about matchups, right? Like,
Yeah.
Just like in sports.
It's like sports.
Well, like there's one team that matches up better against another team, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best team in the league.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
all right, before we take a break, I do want to play something real quick. With all these movies, re-releases and special box sets and stuff like that, they are finding more and more outtakes and alternate takes of classic scenes from movies.
It's blowing us away, and then they're able to restore them.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are from movies that I'm sure you say, "Well, I've seen every version. I've seen every outtake. I've seen every alternate scene." You're wrong.
Yeah. We found another one. We've unearthed one, and this is from The Godfather.
Yeah. The classic meeting of the five families scene.
Yeah, and you won't believe how that scene could have gone if they would have gone with this take. So I wanted to play this for you before we take a break. Here we go.
Don Bassini, I want to thank you for helping me organize this meeting here today. And also the other heads of the five families, New York, New Jersey. Before we get started, I would like to entertain you with a brief joke. What is the difference between the people of Dubai and the people of Abu Dhabi? Well, the people of Dubai don't like the Flintstones, while the Abu Dhabi do. Seriously? One guy? Yabba dabba do? Anybody? Nobody knows the Flintstones? That's what he would say. What Fred would say when he slid down the dinosaur. I see. Perhaps I'm just an old man from a different time. Perhaps the younger generation doesn't appreciate the Flintstones or Abu Dhabi. Well, that aside, I asked you here today to warn you to be very suspicious of stairs. Because they're always up to something. Because they're always up to something. What the f***?
Is that crazy?
it would have been a completely different tone.
Because he was there to make sure he had just lost his son.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
God.
he was trying to protect his other son, Michael.
Yeah.
And he's trying to make things, but to go off on that bizarre dad joke thing.
He's going to threaten him eventually in that scene. And the fact that they initially wanted him to lighten it up with a joke.
I'm glad they did another take because that just doesn't make any sense.
It would have robbed it of that impact.
But, they were entertaining all kinds of creative.
A lot of times it's a last-minute decision.
Yeah. So, but fortunately, through technology, we can now find these things and share them with you. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment, so make sure that you stay with us. We'll reiterate in a little while that word that you need to win some tickets to join us for the Preston and Steve Day Off at Dorney. Don't miss out.
And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy. And he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, so I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
There's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with tiny shorts. And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish. It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you want to buy?
Insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an interview?
Who grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did. I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
You know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her.
Okay.
I just didn't want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis
The love of bats is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. And it says, "Why do you keep coming back?" And you said, "I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm."
It was a joke.
Yeah. I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christine, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight, and you got that stuff all handled. Are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean, I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just say, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
5 years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swardson. Yeah. I had sex yesterday.
What?
I did. It was a wonderful experience. We had a window.
Oh,
very
could
rare.
people see through it?
It's very rare. Yes, of course.
I was watching the whole time.
Our next door neighbors.
Press, we're really enjoying it. Keep going.
Steve and Karina, hope you guys enjoyed that. No, it was nice. And when you've got essentially 5 grown people living in the same house, it's tough to find opportunities to do that. So I relish it when it happens. But there was an article that Steve had sent to me last week that I didn't get a chance to get to. And it's 7 things that men wish women would do the first time they have sex. But it's also 7 things that women wish men would do the first time.
So you're getting some assistance here, and I think at least one of them in both lists is do it by an open window.
I think so. So you want me to start with what the ladies would like?
I think that's the most interesting. Yes.
Ladies first?
Yeah, let's go that way.
Okay, so this is according to this article, and number 1 on the list is give lots of compliments at the start.
Way to go! That's my girl.
Even if it, and listen to the example here, even if it's a mumbled perfect breasts.
Oh my God! Wait, what? Wait,
or
There's no way.
What?
No!
What did I miss?
I get it. Just that.
Oh, grody.
That's like Casey's.
Well, that was more of a reaction than I thought.
Oh, God.
Your knockers. Not your knockers, your breasts. Your breasts are like melons. Not melons, like pillows. Can I fluff your pillows?
Oh, my God.
Your breasts are perfect. Or your skin feels so soft.
Okay,
that one's okay, right?
Yeah.
I want to turn it into a coat.
That's it.
Wow.
Ed Gein? No, make some acknowledgement of the fact that you're thrilled that you finally got your hands on our body. This is according to women.
I've been waiting to feel you up for years.
Even if you don't think we're a 10 and don't need to be told it, tell us anyway.
When you were our babysitter, I so wanted to feel you up, but now you're of age.
It says there's nothing sexier than a lover looking at you up and down, then straight into the eye and saying, "My God," in a strangled, overcome voice.
I think it's just because it's coming from you, maybe. I'm not.
That's weird.
Let me ask you, Kathy, and Marissa, so we have you both in. Wait a minute.
Thanks.
And is there, do you like being talked to a lot during?
No, she doesn't.
Yeah.
Kathy.
Shut up.
Yeah, totally.
Get it over.
Shut up.
Stop bothering
Yeah.
Close your eyes.
Make your deposit and shut up.
By the way, I want to try this. It says, try saying "my God" in a strangled, overcome voice. So let me try that.
God.
My God. Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
She says it's daunting being naked in front of someone for the first time. Knowing you think we look great helps us relax into it. Okay. All right, number 2 on this list is the things that 7 things that women hope for the first time you have sex with them. Show us how much you want us.
Oh, okay.
It says a bit of caveman is a good thing.
I did a pie chart presentation here, if you don't mind. If you notice in the first graph, the overlapping colors depict how much I want you.
No, it says a bit of caveman is a good thing.
This is terrible.
It says this doesn't mean pushing us back on the bed, unzipping yourself and going for it.
No.
That we don't want. But being too tentative is an equal turnoff.
Yeah.
So you
I
have
can
to-
see that.
You want to be a man, but you don't want to be over.
You have to be
overzealous.
a polite caveman.
Right.
Would it be okay if I jumped on you?
Grog-like. All right, and then number 3 on this list says, once our consent has been given, go for it.
Well,
it says, undress us like we're the most longed-for present you've ever wanted.
A PlayStation!
Just think of those 2 little kids in front of the Christmas tree.
Just ripping their clothes off.
That's exactly what I wanted!
It says, let your eyes and fingers trail over every part. Let us see naked lust in your eyes.
Would you just get this over with?
Grab a handful of hair and pull it.
Oh my God. That's my pubic hair.
Grab our face and kiss us hard. Let me grab your face.
What are you doing?
I'm tugging on your ears.
You're hurting me. I can't breathe. I know you're holding. Listen, stop it. Relax.
All right. Number 4 on this list is, it says, give us lots.
Locks?
No, I'm sorry. Kiss us lots.
There's some locks here. Here's a schmear.
No, kiss us lots. Soft kisses on the lips, deep kisses with an occasional tongue darting in and out, nibbles and bites on the neck.
All right, so let me ask you guys, and we've heard this said in a number of surveys, that those little aspects of affection are actually more desirable in the long run. The gentle stroking, massaging and kisses, and that romantic side of it is more what is preferred. Is that correct? I pose it to you two.
I don't know. This is all disgusting. Hearing
Oh
it from
my
you guys.
God. It all depends on the person. I'm going to speak up for the ladies.
Yeah, no, it does.
Some people, you need to have communication when you're getting naked.
I love a neck kiss. If
Okay.
that's where you're going for,
Okay,
Steve.
yeah.
But like too soft.
That's a big turn on.
Nah,
Yeah.
you need to, like-
What about darting tongues and that strangled voice?
Darting tongues. That's where I draw a line.
Steve.
What are you saying? I don't like that sound.
You had darting tongues one time, right?
Darting tongues?
Or licking tongues.
I mean, like,
they
licked
lick
my
your
face.
face. Oh, my God.
Right in front of you, too.
You had a face licker in front of Kathy?
It was a joke.
Oh,
But we were like at an appearance. We were like Questlove was DJing. We were hosting a party.
Stop it. I just put my makeup on.
All right. It says women love kissing, so don't rush through it. And to get to the main event, for you, that's intercourse. Foreplay is the best part for us.
Is it really the best part, though?
I don't know.
For you? I'm asking the ladies.
It depends on who you're talking to. That's the thing.
Just get it done. Get it done. And shut up. Stop with the darting tongue and no pooper.
Kathy, we need a shirt for you that just says off me. Off me.
Now.
Off me. All right. Number 5, give great oral.
You still owe me another month's rent. So if I were you, I would start doing some tongue exercises before Friday.
Oh, my
That's Kingpin.
Kingpin? Yeah. Oh, my God. Dude.
She's great.
We need to isolate that.
Yep, we have it.
Just the one more time.
God, she's awesome.
I'm not even going to go into the details of that particular.
You know it is, yeah.
To that particular.
Using your mouth to provide pleasure.
Yeah, but it goes into some detail, and I'm not going to go into that right now.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Okay, number 6
Just going to say
says.
that some men might need that detail, so look it up if you need it.
Yes, yeah, for real.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and ask. Feel free to ask what they prefer. I think anyway. Like, do you like it when I do that?
Yeah.
When I go like this?
Like
What
there's
is it about good?
Oh, I thought you were
I was
queuing
right.
that one up again.
It's still good.
All right, so here's another one.
Yeah.
And I think we agree on this. The ladies say, let us finish first.
Yes.
By finish, you know what I mean.
Yes.
Everyone knows the second he's done, sex is done. It's polite and it's logical. Men usually save their last moment for intercourse.
Yeah.
It's the finale. I mean, the confetti comes out,
Yeah. But it also says, but don't stress if we don't.
That's right.
If we end up not having that happen.
You, men?
Yeah. No. Women. Don't
not finish.
Don't stress. I'm reading the article from a woman's perspective.
Okay.
Don't stress if the woman doesn't complete.
It would probably help if you said it
no, you should
with a
stress.
woman's voice. So
I don't have the thing.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I didn't finish. I didn't like it, and I wanted you off me all the time. But you're the king.
Oh my God.
You're the best, Rubber Johnny.
Casey almost spit coffee out.
Rubber Johnny.
That's his name.
Rubber Johnny is that character that Steve was playing.
Oh, Rubber Johnny. Oh, yeah. Oh,
That's
yeah.
from a song.
Oh, you're the king. You're the king. All right. Now I'm going to Floral and Hardy.
It's saying that if the woman does not complete, you don't have to freak out about it. So that's just what this particular article says.
Just don't give up too quickly.
Oh no! You want to listen? There, yes,
You can go get tools.
yeah. You can work really, really
I
hard,
need a new drill bit.
but at some point, we know where Marissa's priority is.
Well, I'm just speaking for the women that Kathy's not representing.
Just to remind you, that's the traffic report that Kevin Costner was amazed by.
Yeah.
So just
Just so you know.
He actually began to pleasure himself.
you can't see him from the waist down in the video over there. But real quick, I want to read this email. This is from a guy named Larry. And tell me if you agree or disagree with it.
All right.
He says, I'm not sure if I'm just hearing or noticing it more or if you are doing it more, but you are making a sound.
He's talking about you.
He's talking about me.
You're making a sound. Well,
Yes.
you kind of have to, or else we're dead air.
And he says, not a good ASMR one either.
Oh.
And he says, it's where you breathe in through your nose while at the same time you quickly separate your lips using your tongue and breathe in through your mouth.
Is he watching on YouTube?
I
That
don't
is so specific.
He says,
you, Larry?
he says,
I don't even know how you do that.
He says it's usually when you're about to start a sentence and it's starting to get a little cringe, the sound it makes.
So let me ask you.
Just wanted to pass along.
Okay. He lays out the specific chain of events that can you do it?
I don't know.
He
Well,
tried
let's see.
it yesterday.
Breathe in through your nose.
Well, let me read it so you can do it as I'm reading it, because I don't think you can do it and read it at the same time.
Well, I can. No. So breathe in through your nose while at the same time quickly separate your lips using your tongue
I'm trying
and
it.
breathe in through your mouth.
I think that this is stemming from when you were sick.
Okay, maybe.
You were congested. You were making sounds. I think that's what it
So
was.
you're saying this guy has every reason to be
No,
pissed
I
off.
think that he either noticed this right before Preston got sick, or right after. He had sinus issues. Ew,
So I
that
just
was
made
gross.
it. Yeah,
I
that was
hate
Is that it?
Yeah, you would notice if I
I'm
made
with Larry.
You would notice if I made a noise like that regularly. So that was me doing it. Let me try it. Everyone quiet.
All right.
Here we go. All right, so breathe in through my nose while at the same time separating my lips with my tongue and breathing through my mouth.
All right.
So this is my version of that.
Wait, do it again. Do it again.
I think that's it.
It is it. And it's
I don't
when you
think
were
you
sick.
do that. No, I
it
don't.
was when he. Yes,
I would notice.
He was making those noises when he was sick. It is when you were sick.
I spend more time looking directly at Preston than anyone in the room, and I have not noticed that.
He also sent that email yesterday, Cav, and he hasn't been sick this week.
But exactly, he sent the email. Preston is just getting over being
This
sick.
is true. I
I'm
am
telling
just
you,
getting
that's
over
what it
being
is.
sick.
All right.
You know who
Fine,
listens
you're right.
most closely is our podcasters, because podcasters often listen with headphones. They usually listen to the entire show, and I'm curious. Maybe he's a podcaster, Casey, so maybe he's listening not in real time. But I'm curious as to whether or not any podcasters have noticed the same thing.
Did he offer? So it ends there. Does he offer any sort of therapy or anything to correct it?
No, he said
or just
he
make
still-
you aware.
He said, I still listen, though, with a little laughing emoji after that.
Okay.
So I don't know. Listen, there's a thousand. If you listen for our little isms, our little ticks and whatnot,
Peccadillos.
you'll hear our peccadillos. Thank you. you will notice them, and then you will not ever be able to unnotice them. So.
I have my own peccadillo.
It's a brand. That is a brand.
The peccadillo.
Yes.
I'll do a little click sometimes when you know, and that's sort of a subtle way, so you don't have to be looking at me to let you will look, and then I will, if I have something to add in. Yes.
What's the click?
It's hypersonic, Kathy. Our bond is very strong.
I don't even want to hear it because then I'll never not be able to hear it.
Like I'll go.
Oh, really?
As if I'm.
Oh,
a little bit like that, and almost always Preston will look to me because
and he knows it's you.
Yeah, I can.
Also-
it's like an audio, a little cue for me.
I
Yeah.
just want to say one thing. You don't need to point this out. Thanks anyway, Larry.
Yeah. Here's a text that says, Preston, that sound makes me extremely hot and bothered.
Oh, wow.
My panties are soaked. Please
Sign
don't
Jim.
stop. No, and then it says Taylor Woodbridge, Virginia.
Oh, man.
Was that Anya Taylor-Joy, the actor? Casey thought? No, I don't know.
I don't think so.
No, he thought the actor he confuses the actor who played Kick-Ass and is playing James Bond.
I think it's Taylor from Woodbridge, Virginia.
Oh, there's Aaron
All right,
Taylor.
Taylor.
Aaron Taylor Johnson is the actor.
There was a gal who used to email me regularly who would just, for some reason, my voice did it.
Did it for her?
Oh, yeah.
Big time. Yeah. And I was like, oh, that was complimentary.
Comes from a K Romano.
Thank you.
It's my friend loves you, man.
My voice?
Your voice, everything.
My everything?
Yeah.
My first, my last, my everything?
Steve, you joke about Kay Romano. So I have a friend who wrote a review for somebody that she knew, and it was not a good review. And that person went in and looked at every single review that came from that account and found one where she put a picture. And there was a picture in there of something that this woman recognized, and she called her out on it. She's like, I know it's you. She scoured her Yelp reviews to figure out who it was.
Wow. I just thought of something I want to tell you guys. This was last Friday. Casey and I, we were leaving to go to Maury's to shoot the video. I told Kyle about this because he was shooting our video. And there were 3 ladies sitting out on the bench right outside the door out in front of One Bala Plaza here. And I'm walking by, and it was 3 older African-American ladies, and I guess they work in the building. We don't
You don't even know who you work with.
Our hours are so off, we don't really see people that often
Same
around
woman
here.
that told me my ass was hanging out.
Listen, she was an older woman, and the 3 ladies were sitting there, and I smiled at them. I go, ladies, I said like wishing them a nice day, and I walk further, and I hear someone go, sexiest man alive. And I kept taking a few more steps, and then I stopped, and I turn and I go, are you talking to me? And she just goes, mm-hmm. And I was like, I go, thank you for making my day. I'm like, that is just the best thing.
Do you know what you had?
I was walking on sunshine after that. It was awesome.
You got Wanda P. Haywooded.
Awesome.
Smooches.
Oh, I love
It was
it.
so funny and sweet. I just loved every second. But I mean, Kathy, she was like, sexiest man alive.
And then she goes, wait, what's that annoying sound you're making with your mouth?
She was like, hi, I'm Larry.
Hey, I'm glad we brought that up because that just cracked me up. Wow. Okay. All right. Anthony wants to talk about my noisy thing here.
Okay.
One call. I'm going to go to Anthony. Hi, Anthony. Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Yo, bud. All right. You concur with Larry?
So I've noticed this. It's more of like a subconscious thing that you do between like a segue. So you go to another topic. You're talking about one thing. Say you do a bizarre file, and you go to read off of your computer and do whatever you do.
Okay.
You go to like take a breath. You go, and you just begin your next sentence.
All right.
Okay.
So it wasn't when you're sick. It's just something that I'm very particular. I notice really weird things like that.
Okay. All right.
So it doesn't mean it doesn't happen, Anthony, but it's not enough to make an impression on me. And I know I'm acutely aware of my own things, so I'm looking directly at Preston 99% of the time.
Well, and the fact that no one in this room knows what this guy's talking about.
But we're not hearing. It's like we would always say to Bill Weston or to a lot of times, Chuck now, who's the program director, they listen to the show in a different way.
Yeah.
And you're right, Nick. People are listening in a different way and are hearing things.
Especially dedicated listeners.
Yeah.
And I'm talking specifically about the YouTube community, and a lot of them, Preston, say that you make that noise.
God damn it.
You make it all the
right.
time.
Thanks, Anthony.
Oh my God.
All right, see you later. Steve, there's a noise that you make that just cracks me up, and it's only when you're doing Gene Simmons impression. And when if I'm reading a story and it's as simple as this, you just go,
Yeah. That's to let you know where I'm going.
It just cracks me.
You know it's coming.
More chicken death.
All right, anyhow.
Sexiest man alive.
I've gotten hit on by
oh my God.
There's that noise too.
a woman of color at the gym.
Yes.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
she thought you were John Amos.
She thought I was John Amos. No, we were pulling in. I was pulling into the parking lot as she was pulling out, and we just kind of like I had to give her a little bit of space.
Oh,
and
yes.
Both of our windows were down, and she was like, She's like, "What is your name?" I was like, "Casey." She's like, "Hey." I was like, same thing, Preston, man.
Let me ask you.
I think I might have had the best workout of my life.
It makes you feel good.
Absolutely.
In this day and age, and this topic came up, and I forget what show I was watching, where that thing of, because we're all so hypersensitive to people's sensibilities,
right?
Of saying, that is, you look lovely today.
Yeah.
Or you've made my day. You look fantastic. Have a good day. Thank you. I think that's...
I do it, but I'm very, very careful with it. And so, like,
You call them anonymously on the phone?
No. Like, I'm probably...
You look really good today.
I'm probably less inclined to tell a beautiful stranger that they're beautiful.
Right.
You know what I mean? But again, I was at the gym, and there was an older woman.
Yeah.
Who was, like, she was basically... She was all dressed up. She was not in workout clothes. And we were, kind of like dancing around this machine. Are you using this? I'm not using that, blah, blah, blah. And I just looked at her, and I'm telling you, this woman was probably 70 years old. And I just go, why do you look so beautiful today?
So
that was all she needed to hear.
And it seems genuine and sweet.
Yep.
My question is, so obviously, many years married, and so that's happy and all that stuff. What if you're a single guy,
right?
And or whatever?
You got to be careful.
You have to be careful.
Oh, yeah. And because
you have to be
it can
very careful.
So many things can be interpreted the wrong way, and so many of them can just be unwanted. You can be making a compliment that isn't wanted, and so that it's not. It has nothing to do with what you're saying or even how you're saying it. It's how it's received.
I'd be curious, Nick, if there are people, and I don't know if this is volatile to say this, who kind of miss and would welcome a little bit of that back. Do you know what I'm saying?
Probably,
yeah.
but
Yeah,
I think you have to err on the side of caution. Because when you're doing it to somebody who doesn't want it in the first place, you're coming across as creepy. No matter how nice and genuine you are, it doesn't matter because they're receiving it very differently than you're sending it.
It's my own, you say, maybe it's my peccadildo, but I think it's very lovely today.
No, it's, I just did it.
Yeah.
You did?
There was a segue.
I went,
I missed it.
Is that it?
It's just a tongue click.
Oh.
Casey did that.
I got something. I heard it.
Okay. No, I think that creepers have kind of ruined that.
It has, yes.
That there have been too many people who have gone the like the stereotypical construction worker wolf whistle.
I never get whistled at anymore,
and kind of killed that little compliment. But I mean, I don't know.
I used to love to walk down Main Street and get all done up and have my parasol, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And nothing anymore.
No.
It never happens.
All right, I did it again.
You did it again.
Why did I bring it up?
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, dude, you're gonna be so self-conscious. I can't say. What can I say anymore without? Okay,
you have this case.
I go. Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Here's the deal.
I can't say it at my house. I can't.
You can't say here's the deal?
I can't say because apparently that's my thing.
It was
they've told you?
Yeah, it was a segue you used a lot, and it's a crutch, and we all have crutches, but you guys have quite. I mean, I did it myself, but the word Couple. I will never come out of my mouth anymore. I will say a few or several or two.
Couple won't make it. Yeah.
I've ruined it. It's my own damn fault.
Yes, sir. Bit me directly in the butt top.
That was not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be this one.
Yeah,
but you do like Forrest Gump. So
I
that's
do.
good.
He loves it. All goes together.
Well, he always said that box of chocolates thing, which is annoying.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring up. I'm segueing.
Yeah.
Nick, there was a story you wanted to share, and might get some interesting phone calls concerning something a friend of yours told you, right?
Yeah, she recently went through a breakup, and there was some emotional attachment. They're both divorced, relatively older. And when I say older in life, they're not teenagers. They're not in their 20s. They're around my age, and so they're both divorced. Have children from earlier marriages, and so they met in their 40s, and they'd known each other for a long time. They'd always sort of danced around a possible relationship, and then they got together. And so it went well for about a year, and it started, I'd say, like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Both professionals, both working.
Yeah, just like I would qualify them as normal people, you know. And they had never had romantic interactions before, and because they were both single and comfortable being divorced, they decided, hey, let's start spending some time together. So for a while it went well. What eventually happened was that he started leaning on her way too much financially. And so literally, Steve, every time they go out to dinner, every time they do anything, she would pay for it. All vacations.
Everything.
Going out, yeah.
And did he ever explain why this was the case?
He was carrying around some debt, and he had some things that he hadn't gotten paid. But you know what it was, Steve? It was like there was always an excuse.
And an excuse that
I can't. My paycheck hasn't come in yet, and they didn't live together.
It held viable.
There was
initially
enough to be like, okay, I guess there's maybe he just doesn't have the money this week, or maybe it's coming around next week, or eventually. But it started to become a problem, and it started to become pervasive. And what she found out after they broke up was not only was she paying for everything, he was starting to take money from her, and it turns out he was taking a lot of money from her, and he was finding ways to like skim off the top, and basically a little bit of like. I asked her if she felt conned, but I'm going to give you the dollar figure, and this was over a year, $30,000.
Did he have access to her bank accounts?
I don't know, Kathy, and so I don't know how he was able to access all that kind of money. But now that and this is fresh for her, so it's emotionally challenging because she's just recently broken up again and single again. But now she has to deal with the financial repercussions of all of it, and she's $30,000 in the hole.
That's
unbelievable, man.
I wonder. I mean, how often that occurs is a red flag.
That's a great question.
To someone where in other words, if and again, we're talking about how norms of society have changed, and we're talking about being able to be complimentary. Is it still a red flag, or would it be considered a red flag to a woman if the man all of a sudden didn't pay? Does that sound?
Well, no.
Does that sound unevolved to say that?
There were yellow flags along the way.
Yeah.
And the red flags started to appear over the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks, something like that. And so she noticed this pattern that was disturbing to her, but also like sometimes you just kind of go along because you're in a relationship and you're enjoying the other parts of it. And again, they weren't living together. They weren't sharing bank accounts. But he was doing this on the side and behind the scenes.
I'll tell you this: there's somebody that we all know who's just a sweetheart, and she has gone through the similar situation. And Nick, I think the dollar amount, like a completely different life, like as far as like I think it might be to the tune close to like $100,000.
What? That someone stole from them?
Yes, and they were together, and it was. There was just not all the stuff was going on in the background and completely unaware. It's like completely out of left field. It's like, what? This was going on?
This is somebody we know?
Yes.
Nick,
around here?
That is, yes, that would be that we would all not, we don't see this person all the time, but we do. I'll let you know.
All right.
Yeah. Wow. Nick, I have friends, they weren't a couple, but they were business partners. And the one business partner was like completely bilking the business and unbeknownst to this guy. And once the other business partner found out, he made the guy sell his house.
Oh, kidding.
He's like, dude, sell your house and give me this money.
I mean, this is a lifelong partner and built a business together. Like family, everything.
And there was a whole other
other thing.
You're talking about people who,
and a creepy thing.
Much like like a married couple, they spend a lot of time together.
Yes.
So when all this stuff came to light, he was like, "What? Who are you?
Yeah.
Like, who have you
Yeah.
been this whole time?"
Yeah.
Yeah. So for this person, Casey, she's trying to find some recourse, but there's only so much she can do. And this guy just doesn't have any money anyway. So, like, I guess he made some efforts along the way to pay a few $100s here and there, like to give her some money, Venmo or whatever. But on the whole, the few $100s that she was giving, or that he was giving back, does not amount to $30,000.
I think some people are just good at, they can run that double tab. Like, we talk about how do you live with the pressure, say if you're committing a crime or you're being, or you're a philanderer or you're the people who have, have two families in different states and all this crap. How do you do that? Not just cave under the weight of your own guilt.
Yeah.
Some people can do it.
Here's a text that says, sounds like my entire 16-year relationship with my boyfriend would work, won't work. I paid for everything, his money, my money, ours, that type of thing.
Yeah, and to that point, Steve, I think that she was just kind of along the way making excuses because there were benefits to the relationship. She found companionship.
Yeah.
They got along really well. And so there were these parts of the thing where she was like, I guess it's worth it.
They both like soup.
They both love soup. They could sit around and not talk about soup for hours.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I feel so terrible for her, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done. I don't even know.
A couple of people texting and wondering if maybe he has a drug problem or something like that.
Gambling
Gambling.
Yeah.
So gambling would have been the culprit in the situation I was relaying.
No kidding. Wow, man, it can turn, and somebody you think turns out to be somebody else. Hang on, a friend Ra is on the line. Hey, Ra, morning, bud.
I said,
All right.
She had to have noticed before, and that's the thing. When you allow somebody to slow walk you like that, and you don't address the problem head on immediately, like you get one chance to borrow money. Okay, I went through this with a young lady, and it was my fault. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't anything. I'm not a gambler or anything like that. I was, had a bill that needed to be paid, and it was crucial. And I wasn't able to pay her back when I said I was going to. Man, when I tell you she made such a big deal out of that I never ever borrowed money from her again. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She laid down the law, and then you're right. I think Ra, in this case, as Nick was saying, there was enough there to make her go. His friend, you go, oh, okay, well maybe, okay, but this woman in your life didn't do this.
She got sad first. Okay, and got sad, got disappointed, and if you were a woman that you really care about, that's the last thing you want is you want to be disappointed in you. You know what I mean?
No, crazy. You're right. Yeah, absolutely.
Like I felt bad, and I did everything I could and got her, and I didn't just pay her money. I paid her money first plus interest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Good man.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something, money, if you start seeing that pattern, you got to just listen. If you want to be with that person, y'all just can't go nowhere.
Isn't that a Cyndi Lauper song? Money changes everything.
Money changes everything.
Yeah, money changes everything. Love y'all.
All right, thanks, Ron. Love you, man. You guys ever had to borrow money from somebody?
Yeah, I mean, but my parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never, fortunately.
I just went back to dancing.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. That's.
But I mean, it's different than this. This guy was taking money.
Yeah, well, under the guise of borrowing.
Right, but Ra asking to borrow money, it's hard to do. It's got to be hard to do. I mean, like I said, I haven't had to do it, but it's got to be tough.
At Woodstock 99, Y100 sent me to Woodstock as a correspondent. I literally had no money at that time. And I remember, so 99, I was 24 years old. I actually cried asking my father for money.
How much does he ask for?
Dude, just money to get me through the weekend. You know what I mean? And it was it wasn't even that much.
While you were there calling out for a lifeline or before you went?
No, before I went.
Okay.
But I had no money.
Wow.
Yeah, I had, and so it was only 50 or 100, but it felt so, I felt so embarrassed and so, just not like an adult, not a grown up. And I'm I can't believe I'm 24 years old and I got to ask my dad to for $50, you know what I mean?
I hear
and it wasn't. I mean, so I know you're talking, President, like a few $100. Like, dude, I'm not going to be able to pay my rent this month. I need a lifeline here. Well, it wasn't anything like that, but I just remember at that moment, like just being so broken.
I will tell you this, having when you're lean and mean, or you're got the coins into the Coinstar machine to try to make a bill here or there or whatever, and you're like, oh my God, my check's not going to come. All that stuff, and you're juggling that gives me a bigger appreciation when people have come, and I always try to ease the pain. If you can ease the pain of the hand-wringing that people go through sweating out bills, because having been there myself, it's a wonderful thing. Now, sometimes people can take advantage of that. And that's where you have to.
And that's why I've had in the past, even family members, hey.
Yeah.
Can I borrow $5,000? It's like,
Have you lent it?
I did.
Well, because I'm fortunate enough to not have had to have asked, but somebody asked me, and I had to lend it, and
you do it.
Did you get it back?
And listen, it's but in this case, again, it's sort of similar to the dynamic Nick's talking about. This is family. As a person, you're now involved with your husband, and it's like, that's what you're supposed to do. Until you realize, oh my God.
What about like asking for collateral in return?
Yeah.
Like, hey, listen,
that gets like.
I'm going to hold your kid hostage.
No,
It's your kid too.
No, but if somebody's asking me for $5,000, interest-free or something along those lines, it's like,
give me your
fine.
fish wallet.
And I love you, but like just on the off chance that you can't pay me this money back.
Give me your firstborn.
No, but like, I don't know, like I'm talking about goods,
right?
Not like actual.
Your swim spa.
Or services or.
How about Doc Gooden rookie card?
Signed at the Hampton Inn.
1984.
Yeah.
Preston, did you get your money back?
It took a long time, but eventually, and I was like, I didn't think I was ever going to get that money back. Yeah.
Any interest or anything?
No.
Okay, just what you lent.
Yeah.
You had interest in getting it back.
Yeah, I was very interested.
Very interested.
I mean, this was several years ago before, our show became as successful as it has, and it wasn't easy to let that money go.
Yeah.
But
even in healthy relationships, the three things people fight about the most are money, sex, and kids. And you could be in a really great relationship, and money just changes things all the time. And
that's why the best relationship, Nick, is with a kid who has money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but with my friend Steve, she just it was a little bit here and then a little bit there, and
drip.
Yeah, it was this pattern of leaking.
Yeah,
man,
I absolutely know that.
Hey, here's a text that says start an OnlyFans. Duh. Never have to borrow money again.
If you have feet, nice looking feet, Kathy.
Exactly.
I wonder if you could just,
that's an option.
It is an option, isn't it?
You know what's kind of weird is that look at that bad baby. So the rapper, Daniel Bergoli or whatever the hell her name is. She in one day she like from the Sopranos.
You're talking about OnlyFans, but these are like higher profile people.
Right.
There are a ton of regular people that are trying to, get it going on OnlyFans. It's not that easy.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Tiffany. Hi, Tiffany, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Tiffany?
Hi. My brother, about 2 years ago, had borrowed $5,000 from me to hit a hard spot, got laid off from work. No problem. I adore him, take care of him, my niece, my family, do all that stuff. So lent him the $5,000. He paid me about $200 back. And then it just kind of went by the wayside. And all right, was going to bring it up at some point before our relationship, floated into oblivion. Mm-hmm. And then he's buying a house and asked me to co-sign on the mortgage.
Ooh.
Yikes.
No way, Tiffany.
No.
Yeah.
And for a hot minute, I thought about it because, again, I adore him. He's my only brother. I would, go to it, but no, not for. So he's we've kind of come to odds, and I'm supposed to go visit him in Carolina in 2 weeks, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see.
Awkward.
Honestly, burn his house down.
Isn't that what left?
Probably got an insurance policy.
Yeah, but you know what? If it's okay for him to ask you, it's okay for you to say no.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's a good point.
Or he owes you $5,000. Can you ask for a $5,000 stake in his house? So let's say it's a $200,000 house, and now
you own a percentage of it.
You own a percentage of it.
When you start getting into things, especially and with your point, Tiffany, somebody who's who can end up and you love them to death, but that could end up destroying your credit or your and leave you in a bad way.
Yep.
Totally.
All right.
Yep. And it's all that, and I said I had to have that big, big sister conversation with you. Like, listen, I don't know where you think you're crapping this money out from. You didn't crap out the $5,000, to begin with. So
Right.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
No, it's true.
And listen, when you're borrowing that type of cash, like that much money, like the lender is now got like hawk eyes on you on everything that you spend. So if you're not paying people back, and then next thing you know, you're sitting there with a brand new iPhone or a new computer or this or that.
Going on
Like,
vacation.
hang on a second.
Flip it on the other side. So and it's interesting because a friend of mine, they had a house fire. They had already paid for a vacation down to the Florida.
Yeah.
And so they, this is already in the books. They already had it. So the house burns, and then there's like a fundraiser to get stuff. And then some relatives are being critical of pictures coming back on Facebook. Well, he's like,
I already paid for this.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's and so but I get it.
You see both sides.
Yeah, because the other people, he goes, I know I'm getting killed for this, and it's just something that we wouldn't get the money back. It was too late.
Yeah.
But natural perception, people say, oh, really? Oh, you have money for that?
Right. Hang on, I'm going to go to Lynn. We got to take a break in a second here. Hi, Lynn. Good morning.
Hi, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh.
Welcome. What's up, Lynn?
So my husband's friend was dating this woman, and she would go look at, like, high-end cars, go look at places to rent down the shore and say that her dad was going to pay for them. But she always had a reason why it didn't happen. Then she started asking him to put this stuff on his credit card. Like, they went to the airport to fly to Florida, and she said, my dad put first-class tickets. They're waiting for us. And when they got there, they weren't there. He put them on his credit card with last-minute first-class tickets to Florida. And that was just one of many things that ended up on his credit card.
Yeah, so she was a little bit of a shell game there.
Yep, I kept telling them, nobody listened.
Yeah, and you know what? You're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Because if this person is into this other person, you almost have to let them find out by themselves, because they're going to suddenly you'll become the enemy.
Yep.
Hey, by the way, when did it end up happening with him?
They broke up, and he had several $1,000s worth of credit card debt.
There you go.
There you go.
Yep.
There you
All
go.
right. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate it. Yeah, it can be touchy. It can be. You gotta watch out and look for as Nick was saying, yellow flags. The lead if there's no red flags popping up, and be careful about that. All right. Well, thank you for the calls. We do appreciate it. We got to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We'll get to some bizarre file stories. I'm going to get my my grand gherkin hat.
Very
For
exciting.
the Pickle Festival this weekend at Xfinity Live, the Big Dill. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
But if she says, hey, we tried, let's move on.
Yeah.
And then you got to move on.
Then one last thing, it says here is what women would like the first time that you sleep with them.
That's right. This is all under the umbrella of first
time.
encounters.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. That actually casts a different. I wasn't keeping that in context. It's like when I play Jeopardy and I forget the category. So that changes some of my responses.
And then finally, say something nice afterwards.
You seem to be planning for the future.
It says some men clam up because they're concerned that they didn't perform well.
For as small as that is, I actually enjoyed it.
And they don't want verbal confirmation. If they rave about how great it was, you might come back with a dry, well, it was for one of us. And it says, we get that, but you may need, and I should be saying this in a female voice.
Let me do it.
We get that,
okay, baby.
but
You just say it and I'll repeat it.
we get that, but you need to understand that women operate differently. If there was a problem, talking about it helps. If it was great, talking about it makes it even better. At the very least, give us a squeeze and a kiss and say, I think you're amazing.
I think you're amazing, too.
Yeah.
A squeeze and a kiss.
I think you're amazing.
I love the way your skin generates mucus.
All right. Do you want to hear what the men say?
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, okay, this is your first encounter.
Yep.
And what men say they want.
Yes. All right. 7 things men wish women would do the first time they have sex. All right, here we go.
Stop telling you to get off.
No. Number 1, keep the lights on. Says a bit of a mood lighting is great and preferable to a gnarly bright room. But total darkness isn't. It's hard enough for him to guess if you're enjoying what he's doing by looking into your face and reading your body language. Trying to determine it when he can't see a thing is damn near impossible.
Do you like rave lighting?
No. But I can see that. Yeah, look, complete darkness, total darkness, no. I do like a darkly...
accents of light.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It's just a little bit so that you don't... I'm having a really good time!
Man. Okay, never mind.
Okay, no.
Go ahead.
I need to hear
Take it now.
There was one time, my girlfriend at the time and we were at somebody's house whose parents were out of town, which is just licensed to have at it. So we go up into a bedroom. It's later in the evening, and it's pitch black dark, and I'm doing this. Okay. And our friend, I think it was our friend Cindy, comes in and flips on the brightest lights in the world. And I'm like, I mean, buried in it.
Yo, do they
And it was just, when those lights came on, it was like, oh my God.
What happens is that it's like seeing a bar you go to in the broad daylight.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's jarring.
Different story.
You look up, your mouth looks like you're in a watermelon eating contest.
So anyhow, a little bit of light. Guys would like a little bit of light. I'm okay with that. Number 2 says, don't stress out about your own body. A guy said, I slept with a girl who was so paranoid, she wouldn't let me touch her anywhere. She kept pushing my hands away and saying things like, don't touch my stomach. It's revolting. I gave up after a while and sex didn't happen at all. Because these are features that she didn't find flattering about herself.
And it's a sad thing to feel that way. And we all have our insecurities.
Sure.
And once you realize that, but a lot of times, again, people come in with standards that they've seen cultivated in movies and Instagram filters and all that stuff, and they think, oh my God, I'm falling short. And the truth is, you're normal, and a lot of what you see is abnormal.
It says insisting on darkness, hiding under the covers, keeping your bra on because you don't like your breasts.
I keep my bra on.
Wearing a T-shirt to bed. We're getting better, but a lot of women are still unnecessarily self-critical about their own bodies.
Yeah.
Number 3, don't overreact if all does not go to plan. This is guys. This is what they want women to do. Not overreact if all does not go to plans. It really helps to remember that you aren't the only one out to impress that very first time. Performance anxiety is real, and an anxious owner makes for, it says here, a penis that doesn't want to come out and play. It's normal for him to have issues the first time. It doesn't mean that he doesn't fancy you or that your body isn't good enough. It just means that he's nervous and as nervous as you are.
That is so true.
And
that's what Rubber Johnny taught me.
It says, ditto if he finishes too soon or takes too long. All right. Number 4, it says, be active.
Be active.
It says, sex is tiring. It's unfair to leave him to make all the effort. It's also patronizing, insinuating that simply allowing him to have sex with you should be enough of a turn on.
When it's done right, it should be awkward and something you eventually tell your therapist.
Right. No. It says, don't be a dead starfish. Get active. Get on top
Be a
and
blowfish.
ride. Grab what you want and don't be shy. Put his hands where you want them. Give direction and feedback. Tell him what to do and what you like. That's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I think, personally.
I don't want to put my hands in your butt.
Yes. And then here's the one that we agree on.
Okay.
Men and women.
All right.
Give great oral.
There we go.
That's what
Both
it says.
parties. How about and there you go.
And we have that.
There's a scene at the end of the movie. It's an outtake where she's and God, she's awesome. What's her name again?
Lynn Shay.
Lynn Shay,
Yeah.
and she's awesome. We've had her in the studio, and she's in the Insidious movies, and she's great. But she's it's her sitting in the back of the vehicle that they're driving in. He just sort of has this image of her always haunting him. And Preston, she's doing that for about 6 minutes while they're getting this footage to incorporate into the scene. And she's going,
oh my God. Oh my God.
It's hilarious.
All right, number 6 on this list, the guys want women to do the first time that they are naked in bed. Let us know that you're enjoying it.
This
says,
is so great. It really is. I didn't want to have wine and watch White Lotus.
It says, moaning loudly and pretending you like everything he does is embarrassing for both of you, but you do need to give feedback, and lots of women don't do that.
That's right. That's appropriate, right?
Yes.
You're letting the woman know you enjoy it.
No. This is, hold on. This is men wanting women to do this. This is from the men's perspective, okay? It says, a genuine moan or groan of pleasure, a whispered, that feels great.
That's great.
This is what's so terrible.
Uh-huh. A whispered, I'll say that again, a whispered, that feels great.
Excuse me. Sorry, I had cauliflower.
Sorry.
I'm sorry I had Brussels sprouts.
I had salad balls.
Salad balls. Your little fart bombs.
What's
that? Back or front?
That's what Jackie Bam Bam calls Brussels sprouts. Salad balls. But it says, a whispered, that feels great.
I don't like that at all.
We all... Stop doing that.
Should I call you an Uber?
It says, we all thrive on positive feedback, and never is that more needed than the first time when you sleep with someone. And never is that more, the very first time you sleep with someone.
Have you ever had sex with a human?
All right, and then one last tip from guys to women.
Yeah.
It says, park the post-sex anxiety. It says, women often feel anxious and vulnerable after they sleep with someone for the first time. If it was sex for sex sake, the old was that slutty vibe can kick in.
Uh-huh.
And if you really like them, you want to know if you or your body lived up to expectations and that it's more than just sex for him. It's fine to ask for reassurance, far preferable than assuming the worst and getting all prickly and defensive. Another post-coital glow destroyer, snuggling in and fast-forwarding the relationship before it's even started.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yep.
All right, it's time for your exit interview.
The more relaxed you are about the whole thing, the more smitten he'll be, according to
I
this.
think that makes sense. Yeah.
Kathy, have you completely checked out of this conversation?
No, I'm listening.
Okay, all right. Be affectionate and shoot a few meaningful looks so that he knows that it meant something.
It meant nothing.
But resist hanging onto his legs as he makes for the front door.
Yeah, I think that would, in anything, it's probably bad to hang onto someone's legs.
Don't get too clingy. So those are the two perspectives of things that it's according to this article that people wish they would do the first time that their partner.
If you were to distill it down to one word, what would you say? Of
One
all
word?
Yeah. Relax.
Yeah, or communicate.
Yeah,
I think that's part of it too.
Blumpkin.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
But I think communicating is key, and it can be uncomfortable at first, but once you openly talk about things, I think that's it opens up a whole new world.
It doesn't have to be spoken. You can do semaphore, right?
Sure.
Yeah. At the edge of the bed with your flags.
Yeah.
Hey,
sign language.
Press, you and your wife have probably done it thousands of times.
Maybe.
Do you happen to have in
video?
Your mind, no. Well, I'm trying to finesse this out of him, Steve, so you can't just jump right into that. Do you happen to have a maybe a favorite one that you think might have been the best one you guys ever had?
In that journal? When you were watching them do it, which was your favorite?
I thought it. Well, what I thought when I was watching, I was like, if this is how they always do it, like, I just want to always be here and watch. Like, do
you happen to have one?
I have a couple in my mind.
There was one. We took a vacation to St.
Thomas.
St. Thomas.
John or
St. John.
Mm-hmm.
So we were St. John, and we were with our friends, the Chapmans, and we had these separate condos that were wonderful. And we tried to break like our sex record,
right?
Over the course of like
you
3
told us
days.
this not that long ago. You talked about it.
I did. Okay, so and Rochelle's nickname became Montana because she wanted to do it 49 times.
And how long?
That would hurt.
Like 3 days. It was a joke.
Oh, okay.
So her nickname became Montana because we tried to have
That's
49 or so. I thought it was fun. But I just remembered that we enjoyed it so much, and it was a lot of fun that stands out.
That's cool.
It's like that's in Step Brothers. Where he's talking about a summer of humping. I had to ice my balls.
What about you? Name one of yours.
My favorite was on our wedding night when we made love for the first time.
Shut up.
Yeah, that was.
I was like, I'm thinking, really? Wow. That was nice.
At the beginning of the relationship, when you're basically an Olympic gymnast, and it's like, and those are those are wonderful times. And then before you know it, you're in the studio with the stuff falling off the wall.
Right, exactly. Anybody else want to add their favorite? Do you have favorites that stand out?
I am not answering that.
God.
I don't want to. You're making me feel
There
uncomfortable.
was one time when he brought a macaque into the room. That was interesting.
Hey, John. Preston's making me feel uncomfortable.
Facilities.
Yes.
HR facilities coming together.
All right. I thought this would just be a fun little combo to have. And if we weren't careful, we learned something.
Didn't even mention Benadryl.
In case we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes, just continue to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah. It's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just scream.
All right, we're going to do the B file, and then we got a guest in the studio. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Phoenix Beach Buggies, the only beach cart you will ever need. Get all of your family stuff to the beach with ease. Visit PhoenixBeachBuggies.com. That's buggies with a Y, and you can get yours today. Here's a story out of Indiana. Authorities say a baby was still inside a car when it was repossessed in Evansville.
Oh, they repossessed a car with a baby inside.
Yep.
Don't you think you'd look for that? You know what? When they're repoing a car, though, sometimes they have to come in like the cloak of darkness.
And they got to do it quickly.
Right,
they say that the car was reported stolen, and it was first thought to be a kidnapping. Authorities quickly learned the car was repossessed and not stolen. They say the tow truck driver pulled over near Wolfie's Auto Auction and discovered the baby was still inside the car. This is in the morning, by the way. It happened shortly after 11 a.m.
I shall call you Iggy.
The police say the driver of the car had just stepped out of the car for a second, and it was still running. She's not facing any charges. She said, "I'm a good mom. I was dropping off my son into daycare. It was 2 seconds. Her son is an older child." She says the little girl who was in the car was just 7 days old.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, a fresh baby.
Remember that you've seen Repo Man, right? And there was a documentary series on Repo Man. It gets dangerous.
Yeah, police and the mother both say that the child is fine with no aggressive driving reported, as well as no negligence on the mother's part. They say they don't anticipate any charges being filed for either party in this particular case. This is pretty funny. A famous waterfall in China has drawn even more attention than usual after a video revealed that its majestic falls are artificially supplied by a water pipe.
What? No.
Yes. And they didn't really hide it well.
No. The Yuntai Waterfall is located in Yuntai Mountain Park, a major tourist attraction in China. The park has a 5-star rating, the highest given to a tourist attraction by the country's Ministry of Culture and Tourism. But the source of the water, described by the park's website as like the Milky Way flying down, has come under scrutiny. A video posted to social media shows the pipe supplying the water to the 340-meter tall falls, suggesting the source may not be as all-natural as visitors had been led to believe. Yuntang Mountain Parks and Management responded to the video explaining how, and actually it's a pretty good excuse, changes in the dry season necessitated the extra boost to the falls.
All right.
They said the waterfall can't guarantee to meet the public in its most beautiful appearance due to season changes. They added that the waterfall underwent a tiny improvement during the dry season.
Yeah, a tiny improvement.
The park's management also expressed gratitude for the attention, promising that the waterfall could greet guests this summer in its most perfect and natural form.
This is that the local panda population are all hand puppets.
Oh, man, That's a ripoff. In Scotland, a bride and groom discovered their wedding venue was next to a wrestling event, so they jumped into the ring for a brawl.
WrestleMania!
Wearing their wedding outfits. Andrew and Robin Peterson tied the knot at Oswald House in Kirkcaldy on May 25th. But to their surprise, the County Park Fair had begun next door. The couple who are from Granglemouth in Scotland.
Granglemouth?
Yeah, Grangemouth, I'm sorry. Grangemouth.
It's not much better.
In Scotland.
Oh, no, it's Grangemouth, not Granglemouth.
They spotted the event was hosting a live wrestling show. The couple who have been together for 15 years were initially disappointed, worried that they would miss out on their stunning outdoor wedding photos, but the pair quickly decided to make the most of the situation, with bride Robin immediately asking to take a spin in the ring.
Oh, we're looking at a picture. It looks really cool.
Yeah. She said we could see it from our bridal suite when we were getting ready, so we were all thinking it was a nightmare. We had our ceremony, and we were having our drinks, and then Hannah from the wrestling company came over and congratulated us. I saw her T-shirt with the name of the wrestling company on it, and I immediately asked if I could jump into the ring.
She's a strong bride. She's lifting him up.
The couple say the event made the best day ever even more memorable, with the bridegroom and guests partying on till about 4 a.m. So they had a very fun event with that there. This is pretty wild. Last year, in North Dakota, the state legislature decriminalized drug paraphernalia, even if it contains drug residue. The change represented a step back from the drug war tactics of previous decades, with an eye toward treating substance abuse as a public health problem rather than a criminal justice concern. But one obscure relic of the war on drugs paraphernalia got overlooked and was not included in the decriminalization bill, a provision in state law that treats bong water as a controlled substance, no different than the uncut version of whatever illicit drug the bong was used to smoke.
So the bong water would be every bit as illegal as the pot.
Yes, so just ask Jessica Besk. The 43-year-old Fargo resident was pulled over for speeding. Deputies smelled marijuana and searched a car where they alleged they found a bong, a glass jar containing a crystal substance, and some items of paraphernalia, including pipes. The residue on the paraphernalia tested positive for methamphetamine, as did the water in the bong and the substance in the glass jar. Deputies further reported that the bong weighed about 8 ounces, and somewhat confusingly, that the crystal substance weighed 13.2 grams in total with packaging. Besk says that the packaging is the glass jar, and that the reason deputies included the jar in the weight is that there wasn't a measurable quantity of substance in it. She maintains that she had no drugs on her, only paraphernalia containing residue, and that's precisely the sort of offense that lawmakers decriminalized in the 2023 bill. But prosecutors had instead charged her with first-degree felony possession, which carries a penalty of up to 30 years in prison and $1 million fine, and it's because of the bong water.
I wonder if she's going to get any legal traction on this. I mean,
for charging purposes under state law, 8 ounces of bong water is considered the same as 8 ounces of pure methamphetamine.
It's too much. It's not right.
Wow.
Hopefully she gets a good lawyer.
And that's well over the 50-gram threshold necessary to trigger first-degree felony offense. So she's facing that. Bong water apparently was written into law following a 2009 Supreme Court case.
So as a neophyte in this stuff, you couldn't do anything with bong water, right? You couldn't use it to get high.
No.
Okay.
I mean, it was sometimes somebody as a stunt would drink the bong water.
Yeah.
Just because it's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's horrible. But bong water prosecutions don't appear to be common, but they do happen. In 2013, a Waseca man spent 7 months in prison on a 6.5-year sentence for possessing half an ounce of bong water that tested positive for methamphetamine.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, so there's an event I'm very excited to be a part of and have been honored to be asked to be a grand marshal at the event.
It's a no-brainer.
It is the big deal. Big deal. It is the world's largest pickle party. I'm a pickle fanatic. I've got my own pickle flavor with Fishtown Pickle Project. And so we are welcoming this morning to bestow upon me the headdress I shall be wearing at this event. We want to welcome Chris Bruce to the show.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? It is so good to be here. Yes, I'm Chris Bruce. I'm one of the hosts of The Big Deal.
Excellent.
And if you guys are listening, go to bigdeal.com for all the info. It's going to be a party.
Absolutely, man. How many people in total come to the Big Deal?
We've got 8,000 plus tickets sold.
God. Wow.
Xfinity Live is going to be bananas. Or we should say pickles.
Yeah.
Maybe even pickled bananas. That's another thing. If you come to the show, we might have a segment about that. But you being this Grand Gherkin, not the Grand Marshal.
Grand Gherkin.
But the Grand Gherkin. This is a first. This is a new tradition we're starting with the Big Deal.
Dude.
And you are going to be forever etched in the history, the legend and lore of the Grand Gherkin at our events moving forward. They will look back and they will see you, Preston.
This is the
original
first time
Grand Gherkin
that you will bestow upon an honoree.
Yes.
Will this headdress
This
be associated?
headpiece will be associated. It's kind of like the Stanley Cup. You know, you etch the name in.
Yes.
It gets passed on. It's a tradition.
I think that's amazing.
You are going to be able to put your stamp on it. You're the first to be the Grand Gherkin. I don't know if you're ready. This thing is insane. I worked with, so my company King Creative and Ron D Productions came together and fabricated this headpiece. It's insane. It's awesome.
I am beyond honored to be a part of this and to be the figurehead for this event.
We need a drum roll, you think?
We do. And there's going to even be an opening ceremony where you're going to be let out by mummers. The Grand Gherkin coming in grand style. Man, here it is. Are you
All
ready?
right. Yes, I want to see this. Oh, I'm excited. And here it is. He's got a
big
box.
reveal. We can't see it yet. Here it comes. And it's coming out. Look at it.
Wow.
The Grand Gherkin hat.
That exceeds expectations.
It is adjustable.
Oh, my goodness. Look at this. All right. To describe for our radio audience, think of a jester's hat.
A court jester.
Similar to that, but it is bespeckled with all kinds of pickles that are dangling from strings that are on skewers, and there's green feathers adorning this as well.
That's beautiful.
Is something Jackie Bam
It's
Bam
heavily
would love.
bedazzled.
Oh,
There's
my God.
a no shortage of sequins on this Grand Gherkin headpiece.
It's actually better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
We don't mess around.
I am so happy and honored to wear this on
Can
Saturday.
you pop it? I know you have your headphones on.
You want to put it on now?
It is adjustable. You might be able to open it up a little bit. Get it on there.
Our
It's
YouTube
comfy.
channel, Chris, is going nuts. They everybody
Yeah.
watching it on YouTube is enjoying every second of the pickle,
Yes.
the Grand Gherkin.
Tighten it up in the back there. You can twist that, get it nice.
it's like a helmet.
It's a perfect fit. Look at that.
I have a small head.
Preston, the Grand Gherkin, the original in the Big Deal family. It is an honor to have you join us. We are excited.
You will be easy to find. 8,000 people.
Yeah.
Are any tickets still
There,
available?
okay, so it is sold out, but we are going to release a few tickets tomorrow.
All right.
So go to bigdeal.com. Just keep checking in. It'll be a very limited release. So if you're itching to go to the event, you're just going to have to get on there,
All right.
stay active, and good luck.
So questions. What time does it start?
So there is early bird entry at 11. So those are all eaten up. Those tickets aren't available. 12 o'clock, the event kicks off. And at a little after 12 is when we're going to be kicking off the opening ceremonies.
Okay.
Where you'll be coming in grand fashion as the Grand Gherkin. Philadelphia Mummers coming in as it should be in Philadelphia,
Right.
leading you down along to Live at the Big Deal with myself and Kim. You'll join us. Dilly, who is the official mascot of the Big
We
Deal,
had him in the studio.
has his own song. We're going to be bringing that in. It's all happening, and we're going to be kicking this thing off right.
So as a point of pride, I know there are
Yes.
other places where this event takes place. Is Philly poised to be the largest one of those events?
Philly is poised to be one of the most insane. I think from an experience standpoint, it is primed to be the best yet, the best ever. We continue to up the ante. Kevin and the team over there at the Big Deal do not hold back. They pull out all the stops. We got
Nice.
a giant pickle arch people are going to be going into. Our desk for the Big Dill's live show, live at the Big Dill with Chris and Kim, is a giant pickle. Like the desk itself.
Preston, yeah.
We're not messing around.
Yeah, so
it's
are we
incredible.
Are we going to sit down? Am I going to be part of the show
Yeah,
for a little
we're
bit?
going to sit down.
Okay.
Listen, you're welcome to be as much a part of that as you want to be.
Okay.
We want you to enjoy the day. You
Yeah.
are the Grand Gherkin, so we don't want to put you to too much work.
Right.
But we'll let you come in and out as little spots.
You
we
need
have
to
a
be
ton of
worshipped.
guests.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they should actually set up a station of worship.
Like a papal.
For you where they can pay respect to the Grand Gherkin throughout the day.
They're going to have to kiss your hand.
Yeah.
I need
we
some.
might
I
need a
need
pickle ring.
Yeah,
We need
yeah.
a pickle ring.
A
I
gherkin
think.
or something like that. Or wow.
And-
So with that, you got that going on. You got all sorts of food pairings. It's not just you're not just eating like pickles as
It's unlimited tasting throughout the event, and they have. There's so many vendors at this. You are never going to be able to eat enough. I mean, you're going to be stuffed coming out of there, brine head to toe.
Can you bring like a little thing of Tupperware if you're? I mean,
That's a good question. Go to the website. All the details are at bigdill.com. You'll see it there.
Preston, can you hold up the chapeau again for everybody watching on YouTube?
Please see this. It's amazing. This headpiece.
We've had a lot of more people jump onto the YouTube stream, and specifically because they want to see this.
They got to
hat.
see this. And again, Rondi Productions and my company King Creative came together to make this. Ronnie, she's an incredible fabricator. She did a great job on this.
No, that's good. We got to get her contact information if we ever need anything because that's
for sure.
This exceeds
they
what I
make the
thought.
fanatic
I thought you were going to get sort of like a foam rubbery kind of thing. No, this is legit.
Yeah,
So, Chris, you'd mentioned the samples, obviously,
Yes.
but there's also going to be, like you said, vendors. So they'll be serving up pickle flavored or pickle inspired.
Let me give you a quick
dishes,
little
right?
rundown. So there's everything from pickle cannolis to pickle pierogies, pickled, cheesesteak egg rolls, stuffed pretzels, you name it. There is everything you can imagine in pickle form, popcorn, fudge, ice cream. It's all going to be there. Pickle margaritas, Bloody Marys, pickle crush drinks. All that is great, but it's also the activations. Live stage, music acts, like full-fledged concert style. We've got a brine chug competition, which we're doing qualifiers throughout the day. So you can definitely help us with like that.
Yes.
We're going to be timing people, pushing them to their limit. And there's a pickle eating competition that really closes out the day. One of the other highlights is with our friend J. Roy, which I know you guys know J. Roy.
Yeah.
He's going to be running his rave. The pickle rave is something you definitely don't want to miss. It is just nuts. So this event is awesome.
Pickleball?
You know what? There may be some pickleball interaction. It's not like a full-fledged pickleball tournament.
All right.
We don't have the space or the time for that, but pickleball is obviously a fun twist on the whole
Who's
thing.
the Joey Chestnut of pickle consumption?
Well, that we're going to find out Saturday who's going to bring the heat.
Okay.
And did you see, actually funny enough, that Joey Chestnut and Kobayashi are going to be facing off on Netflix September 2nd? How ridiculous is that?
We talked about it,
We got to
yeah.
love that. But the championships is amazing.
And
a lot
Chris,
of fun.
the weather's like 85 degrees and sunshine. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, Preston, I wanted to thank you for that. So thanks for putting in the perfect weather.
What we do.
Excellent work on your part. This day is going to be nonstop insanity. And if you love pickles, it's amazing. But even if you don't, there's other things as well.
You may
So-
find out that you love other types of pickles that you're unaware of because, Preston just sort of, by just luck, his pickle that he created is my favorite pickle. Yes.
Well, the Preston's Picks over at Fishtown, is that the one you're talking about? It's amazing. Nikki and the team, they do an incredible
They're great.
job. I'm actually going to be on with them doing some NBC hits tomorrow. Nikki, you got to love them, the local story.
Yeah.
And they're tied to this event. They started their company
And they do stuff
along with
to-
Kevin and the folks that created the Big Deal. So
And
it's
they're-
pretty awesome.
And not just local pickle people. They're from all over the country are coming in, right?
They are coming in from everywhere. Literally, and one of the things we do is we track how far did you come from, and it's always amazing. We have people from almost every state coming in.
Pickle
to be
people
a
are
part of
prone
this.
to profound peregrinations.
This community doesn't mess around. They really are. There's a lot of alliteration there. There's a lot of innuendo there.
Yeah.
We lean into all of it. We have a great time. It is literally the world's largest pickle party.
I'm so
and
excited.
it's amazing.
I'm looking forward to it.
So much fun.
Chris, thanks for bringing that by, and I'm looking forward to sitting down with you
Yes.
and being a part of the show. And like Chris said, there's some tickets that are remaining, but I mean,
Those are going to be tomorrow.
Okay.
Going to be tomorrow. So go to bigdeal.com.
Okay.
Check the website. And if you come, you're going to see the pickle pitching. Have you ever caught a pickle in your mouth, by the way?
I
Preston?
have, yeah.
Like thrown at you. Like
yes.
We might have to try that out tomorrow.
Okay.
That's always fun.
All right.
I was able to catch one at the end of the day, but most people fail. It's miserable and
What
it's
size
hilarious.
pickles are we talking?
It's like
spears
it's a spear.
Okay.
A spear.
I've never done that. I've done like
Spear's harder.
gherkins and
those
olives and things.
Yeah, the spear is tough because it really kind of it's an awkward thing to catch.
Catches air.
Yeah.
But if it rotates the right way and you track it, you can get it. It's,
I'm
it's
on
awesome.
board for that.
Yeah, well,
are olives represented
there
at all?
are.
Okay.
So Jersey pickles, for instance, I know they've got a number of olive options and alternative pickled options. There are other companies.
Yeah.
The olives are good.
Yeah.
The juice, the pickles. You name
Relish.
it.
There's tons of stuff.
Oh, we're
man.
going to relish in all of it.
I like pickled onions, all this. There it was.
Hey,
Nice. Hey, wait,
We're gonna give him a run shot.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right.
Excellent, Chris. I'm excited. This is the best. Thank you for being here.
It's our pleasure. You should be excited. It's a big deal. It's a lot of fun. It's the world's largest pickle party. BigDeal.com.
BigDill.com. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment, but I will see you there on Saturday for sure. Thank you, Chris. It's here for Chris Bruce. We'll be right back, friend.
Preston and Steve.
The ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He
horse
puts it in
semen.
cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy. There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh my God.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
Who gets the jig chill?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs, yeah.
Seems unfair.
Semen.
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth
Yes,
gets...
I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. Bill Cosby changed up his legal team again. Why? Pennsylvania-based.
That one didn't work.
Yeah.
What do you mean? He's already in jail.
I'm in jail, Lloyd. I'm incarcerated.
Bill Cosby as Mr. Corn.
For dizzle anything.
For dizzle anything. Instead of saying anything. For dizzle anything.
I'm incarcerated, Lloyd.
He's holding up the boombox in the Cosby shows, right?
Oh, my God.
There is a puffy black man on the front lawn with a boombox.
Oh, dear Lord. All right, so yes, he's incarcerated. And the Pennsylvania-based attorney Joseph Green Jr., who represented Mr. Cosby during sentencing, filed court papers Friday to have himself withdrawn from the case.
That'd be so perfect.
Please We played this audio a little while back, but I have seen a few texts and emails coming in if we could play back the audio. This was former Mayor Frank Rizzo.
Legendary.
At the time.
An old style, two-fisted mayor. Mm-hmm. Really worked well with the press.
He was approached by a reporter out on the street, and it led to this audio. It's priceless, Eric.
Creep. Get away from me. Would you answer the question? You know, you hide behind that press card. I'm not hiding behind anything, sir.
3 WNMR crawling. It is 10:25 on a Thursday morning in the Preston and Steve Show. We give away our Word of the Week prize tomorrow. Get ready for that. We also broadcast live tomorrow for the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive. Once again, we have all the information at WMMR.com and PrestonandSteve.com. We told you that there are some spots available. Want to fill them. Want to fill all those spots. Want to get as much possible donation attempts and follow-throughs as we can tomorrow. We will be broadcasting from Oaks. After that, Steve and I are going to head to and visit with Pierre, who's going to be at Live Casino.
Yes.
Philadelphia Live Casino. And we're going to do our donation there.
Right.
We'll go donate blood there. And so no matter where you go, MMR is going to be represented, and hopefully you get a chance to be there.
They've given me a waiver. I'm going to be allowed to give 8 pints of blood tomorrow.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Or maybe I misinterpreted what they said.
We are going to break world records tomorrow?
I think, yeah. So your scooters. Can you bring your scooter?
I have one scooter.
Okay, that's all we need. And then, last year we said the unofficial, no, it was the official blood drive munchkin catch.
Yes.
Long distance toss.
Distance, yes.
And then we also broke the blood drive on a scooter catching munchkin in the mouth record.
Correct. I got the munchkin off of a stick or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
a
It was
skewer.
Skewer. So we will be doing that, and I know you're very excited about it. So
tell your friends and family,
please. And but we'll do a connoisseur and stuff like that. Whether we are there,
It'll be like the scenes in like Cinderella Man, where it's like some guys in the hospital, old man. I go, turn up the radio.
Mm-hmm. I'll be doing traffic.
Nick will be doing traffic. Kathy's got the day off tomorrow. Marissa's going to be back here, actually.
I know, because
it's just
of the demands.
fellas.
Yeah,
it's just the fellas tomorrow. So we'll see how that rolls out. All right.
Are we going to do News Free Fridays?
Oh, I got to do
Sorry.
news.
Preston
Good
needs to.
God.
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. News Free Fridays.
Maybe it's a new feature we start.
News Free Friday.
No sad, bro. News Free Friday.
Yeah. It's only depressing anyway.
It's only the second Friday of every month is News Free Friday.
Why don't you find like the most uplifting 3 of the best stories you can find and share those?
Oh, good
Sometimes you can't.
I know.
Good luck.
Don't go to regular news sites.
The Kicker Report.
Yeah. All right.
This duck learned how to play the harmonica.
By the way, Preston, I did not print lesson questions because I was looking for my coffee mug.
I just noticed that.
I'm sorry.
By the way,
Oh my God.
Nick's coffee mug was down the hall next to the couch.
Yeah, we can call off the search crews.
It's fine. Yeah,
Nick, do you want to tell the story?
Did you put out a memo?
Yeah, I was pretty concerned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was being sex trafficked.
Yeah. But Steve, turns out it was just on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Down the hall.
All right, we need to do the lesson question. So Nick McElwain's going to present that. What is it?
What is the name of the next round of MMR's Jersey Shore 64? Not really.
All right. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what's the next name. The next Jersey Shore 64 we're going to do. Not really. If you were listening and you heard, you should call because we got to give to you. Let me see here. Oh, a pair of tickets to see Mark Neumann. Who's going to be performing at the Miller Theater tomorrow night, by the way. So 215-263-WMMR. While you call, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get some stories, Steve. What's going on this morning?
Well, Maren Morris coming out and announcing to a recent audience that she is bisexual. Oddly enough, that audience was there to see Garfield.
Oh, my God.
John Leguizamo is pleading with the Television Academy to stop whitewashing award shows. Leguizamo says he dreams of a day when more awards will be given to everyone who is him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck arrived separately and kept their distance while attending his son's graduation on Wednesday. Observers say things were so tense that Affleck walked into the auditorium in front of Lopez and crop dusted the whole way. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if you happen to know the answer. What is the next Jersey Shore 64 going to be called? There's 2 possible answers, actually. 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Christy to see if we can get that. Hi, Christy. Good morning.
Hi, was it the poop hole loophole?
Yes, that's one. Yes. The other one was the Jersey Horror 64. So hang on a second, Christy. You get to go see comedian Mark Norman, fresh off his Netflix special, Soup to Nuts. He'll be performing tomorrow night at the Miller Theater. And there are tickets available at marknormancomedy.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Rita's. You can make sure to head out, or just make sure to head out to Rita's to try the new cool and tropical punch ice. Oh, yeah. And you can try it in a 5-layer gelati or an ice blender drink, available only for a limited time. So get to Rita's quick. I just have 2 things I'm going to pass along to you. Coldplay surprised fans in Athens by debuting a new unreleased song. It's called All My Love. This was during their concert Sunday night at the Olympic Stadium. During this special performance of their Music of the Spheres tour, Chris Martin introduced the song solo at the piano, explaining that it was meant for a September release but decided to share it early. And he then asked the audience to treat it as a private rehearsal, adding that it would be better if you didn't put this on the internet. I know that is a difficult ask, but we want you to treat this like a rehearsal between us.
What was the song that sounded like the Satriani song?
Oh, I forgot.
La Vida and all the things.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Okay. This one to me sounds like another song.
Okay. I hear it.
Yeah,
Yep.
you hear it, right?
I hear it, yep.
What is that song's full title, Casey?
Viva la Vida.
Yeah.
Or Death and All His Friends.
That's it.
Right?
That's the name of the record.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So this would be the title track from that song.
Space People.
Or from that album. And Space People was the follow-up to that. Do you want to play it? Or
It was the Speed of Sound is the one that sounded like the Satriani song.
No, I don't think that was it.
All right, well, let's hear it. Let's hear Speed of Sound.
I love this song, but I don't think this is it.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I think he's right. I think it was
Viva La Vida?
I think so.
Yeah, I love Velveeta.
I do love Velveeta.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's the
that's
one
it.
that's the Satriani riff.
Yep. All right, so one last story, and then we have a last-minute guest we're going to welcome to the studio. Stone Temple Pilots will celebrate the 30th anniversary of their acclaimed album, Purple, with a special tour this summer, performing the entire album each night from August 16th to September 15th. Co-headlining with Live, the tour kicks off in Concord, California, and wraps in Indianapolis, Indiana. They're not, unfortunately, really going to be coming anywhere near us. Homedale, New Jersey, at one point. But they have, in addition to the live performances, Rhino has launched an interactive online hub featuring exclusive content and retro driving game inspired by Interstate Love Song. The band, of course, with Dean DeLeo, Robert DeLeo, Eric Kretz, and now Jeff Gutt, recorded most of Purple in Atlanta in 1994 with producer Brendan O'Brien, but Jeff wasn't a part of that. It was, of course, from Scott Weiland. The album debuted at #1 on the mainstream rock track charts, solidifying Stone Temple Pilots' place in rock history.
It's a great album.
And that's it in music news. We have sad news to pass along.
This is very sad.
Yep, today is the last day, not of one of our interns, but of Mr. Connor Betts. Moose is moving on, man. Wow.
I'm sorry.
It's all right, bud. How long have you been a part of our show?
8 years.
8 years.
Goddamn years. Wow. And
through some of the toughest years.
Yeah, through the COVID years.
Yes.
Yeah. Connor's been mainly behind the scenes and does a ton of stuff here, including, making sure interns know how things go.
Yes.
But switching to video, phone work, prizes, contests, podcasts.
You help with Eric too, right? In
I was doing
promotions?
promotions.
Yep.
A little less over the past couple of years. Just too busy here. But, audio editing.
Graphics in the studio.
Graphics,
When you've heard a
everything
celebrity
but
say,
sales.
how did you find that so quickly, or a video? That's Connor. Or when we have a question about something, Connor will call up information to throw up on the screen.
Yep. You hear us reference Moose and Connor quite a bit. So, man, long time, better part of a decade that you've been on this show.
Yeah, almost. So
wow.
And also you've been assisting with Pierre as well as, outside the parameters of our show, you've been a mainstay.
I just don't know when this guy sleeps, to tell you the truth, because you're
Not
here.
much.
No, I didn't think so, because you coach lacrosse for Neumann University. In the wintertime, you work with the trees. What's the name of the tree company?
Wiggins Trees.
Christmas trees.
Yeah.
That's right.
I always ask you about that. I'm fascinated by Christmas trees.
The dude's always moving, so I always find it interesting when I see on your Instagram that you did something like, socially, and I'm like, you have time to do that? Like, you're always doing something for work.
I feel more and more just with this job, it's made me like, I can't sit still.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's like one of those, it's like, I got to be doing something.
Right.
But every now and again, it's like, you know what? I'm not going to do anything. And I'm just going to sit here doing nothing all weekend.
Do you know what though? Because of what you've done and been doing for the show for so many years, there's many is the time like you never got to go out to Keenan's, or you never, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I've done like through promotions. I've done at least once of every event.
Yeah.
Whether it's a phone store, car dealership, Keenan's, Cardboard
Camp Out?
Classic, Camp Out.
Okay.
I've done at least one of everything.
All
Strip
right.
clubs.
Which is your favorite?
The strip
Strip
clubs.
clubs.
Nah. I think Cardboard.
Cardboard Classic. Yeah.
No doubt.
Just
Any other highlights come to mind from in studio guests or anything? You ever get nervous? I don't see you get nervous very often, but
no, because they don't care about me. no, I'm being serious, because it's not like they're gonna. Kevin Costner's not gonna be my friend.
Right,
I'm just the guy taking the photo, and he's just gonna move on like he did. It's just one of those. I just know, like, it's in this setting for me. It's work.
Yeah.
He's here to talk.
Yeah, he's
take
working too.
photos
Yeah.
and move on.
Right.
If we're at a bar, maybe I'll get nervous and talk to him. But
Connor's a pretty quiet guy, and therefore I've never really, I've never had, and this is not a knock on you at all. No. Like, we don't come in and say, "Wow, today that was, this happened, or that guest was great," or so on and so forth, because you're always working and stuff. Has there been moments where you've been like, "All right, that was pretty cool," like the guests and so on?
I think it was 2017 or 2018. We had Frank Grillo, Andrew WK, and maybe M. Night Shyamalan all in studio one day.
Wow.
That was just like a really cool day.
Yeah.
When Alison Brie, Dave Franco, and then TJ Miller showed up, that was a really good day.
Yeah,
I took notes of like the days that were just like over the top, that just like the whole vibe of the show was great.
Yeah, we felt the same way.
What was it? COVID, when all of the Oneaters were on.
Yes.
That vibe. I've never seen that movie. I know some of those actors, but that wasn't like a highlight, but it was just so cool to see you guys just get really into it and like having them all on.
By the way, at the beginning of COVID, which is, when all that was going on, there was a COVID scare that turned out to be nothing, but it forced Nick and Kathy, and I think Marissa, you as well.
No, Marissa was here the whole time. It was just Nick and Kathy that were home.
Right.
No, she was home at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning, she was home for a week,
and
then
so
she was good.
You were running everything. It was just Preston, myself, and Casey, and you. That was it for a while.
Wow.
It's going to be sad.
All right, do you want to get a little snapshot? Tune into the show on Monday, because both Connor and Marissa won't be here. So you want to see how important their presence is to this show.
Oh, my God.
Tune in on Monday.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, what are we going to do?
It's going to suck. I think we should take off.
I think we should take a day out.
Well, no News Mondays.
No News Mondays.
Yeah.
Wait, summer Mondays don't start yet?
Yeah, not yet.
Maybe bump it up a week.
Yeah.
Wow. Anything you want to share about what you're going on to do now, or do you want to just keep that to yourself? Like, what's next?
Yeah, sure. I don't care.
Yeah.
Free promotion for them.
Yeah, where are you going? Where are you going to work?
So my buddy who sells the Christmas trees, Brad, he owns a couple other businesses as well, document shredding company, Wiggins Shredding, as well as Wiggins Property Management Group. He's bringing me on and just kind of being his kind of right-hand man, helping him out with everything.
He knows you're a good worker.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked with him since high school.
Yeah.
So, that was 14, 15 when I started there.
Yeah.
And every year he asked me when I was going to stop playing radio and come work for him. And I said, when you pay me good enough, then I will. So
we're going to miss you, man.
I'm going to miss you guys. I mean, I started listening 2007. I got an iHome for Christmas because I got an iPod.
Yeah.
And I just scrolling through, I didn't really listen to radio, and I found MMR because they were playing Rush at night. And it's like, oh, that's a band I know.
Yeah.
So I started listening and just getting more and more, really grew my rock, like just genre of listening.
Yeah.
Love grunge because of it. Matt had the 10 Club and stuff.
Yeah.
Started listening to that. Then just hearing promos for Bizarre File and this morning show. Then I found out you guys had a podcast. I didn't listen in the morning because I was going to high school and middle school. But I found the podcast, started listening to the podcast. And then like the monkey pick ass, there was that clip. And that's what I was like, these guys are hilarious. I'm like, I got to start listening. So then I became a fan in college at Neumann. Sean McDonald.
It was great.
Thank you to him. He taught me so much, but he has the connection with you guys. And he's like, oh, we're doing like a video for this morning show. Would you want to help? I was like, yeah, sure. And he's like, yeah, it's Preston and Steve. I was like, wait, what? I was like, I love those guys. Through there, after doing a week of camp out, skipped all my classes to help out in the morning, and then asked Marissa how to get an internship, and then went from there.
Rest is history. And you would be too humble to admit this, but you're giving up a fabulous salary and a company car to go do this.
Company car.
We couldn't even get a card for him, Steve.
To enter the building.
Well, listen, man, we thank you.
I thank you guys
for the years of your incredible help. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to make this show do what it does, and we can't do it without the people that do a lot of the grunt work.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the grunt work.
There'll be no way to ever fully assess all that you've done to help the show over the years. And again, during tough times, you were always very reliable, which takes so much off of our plate. So, but I mean, you know what? You're going to bring that same work ethic to this next step in your job, and you're going to kick ass. So,
and you're always a family member.
Yes.
Of the show without question. So, good luck to you, bud.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to miss you.
Thank you for everything.
There goes Moose, gang.
Why don't you forget the
We'll
moose?
never forget the Moose.
Not even for a moment.
All right, we're going to take a break. Come back in a second. Wrap up our program. Pierre will be here. Stay with us.
Dude, there's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically.
What about asking you to take me physically?
Well, get away from me.
Well,
I'll take you sexually too. I'll take you physically and sexually, and you'll hate it in one part and you'll love it in the other, and you'll be forever sworn to me your allegiance out of the love of the passion I'll deliver to you, all of yous.
He starts heading down a path he can't back off of.
I will do things to you that no woman's ever done, and you will ask for it to be done again, is how good you will feel at the end of these sexual acts I will levy upon you and your entire team. I don't care, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what comes out of it. I'm putting stuff in it, and I'm going to tell you something. You're going to love it.
Wow. I got two hands. I got
two
mouth.
hands. I have full working genitals. I have all sorts. And in my, you stay right here because my house is right over there, and I have so many lubricants. It's going to blow your mind, and you will be crying in pain and then laughing in joy. Is what will happen. There'll be things you will not believe it's happening while it's happening, because you will never have an orgasm as powerful as what you will soon be delivered in that alleyway down there.
Well, this certainly took a turn, Mayor.
I do not want to have sex with you. I am not.
That's how he could have gotten rid of the guy, right?
Let's just go. Let's go.
This thing. Fellas, pack it up.
Enjoy your walk, sir.
All right.
From me.
well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here. Then
I'll break it over your. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge. Except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the three.
Just like that. You don't even have to take all your pants off. You're just down by your knees. I'll get it done. It doesn't matter. You'll be begging for more, but I'll deny you on the third time. I'll leave you so frustrated your blue balls will explode. I'm telling you this.
Oh, my God. Hang on. That one.
There was a line? There was a line? All right.
I did that for you.
Oh, my God.
There you go.
Dude, I can't believe you just said that.
I had to.
I know. Oh, God. All right, let me continue on.
And I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the three of us, 4 of us, me and you.
Okay. I mean, honestly,
now,
sounds like, right?
If just that isolated.
Yeah.
And here's how it's going to work. I'll be with 2 of you at once, and the other 2 can watch. And then like tag team wrestling, you'll tag your hands, and they'll come in, I'll start doing the other 2.
Eiffel Tower?
Yeah, Eiffel Tower. And then I'm going to put some saran wrap over your face. You ever hear of a hot Carl?
But let me put my dog back first.
Yeah, my dog. I gotta put my dog back in.
Just joining us, that is Barnes Courtney, who's going to be playing at the Fillmore tonight. Tickets available at the FillmorePhilly.com. So while you were playing that song, I spoke to Casey over here, our producer, Barnes, because
you were listening to me, but that's cool.
I was listening, but I had to take a moment.
So it's fine. It's fine. It's all right. You got to pay your dues. I get it.
No, I was listening to the keyboard sound that Agam was playing, and we play a game here called Name That Song in 8 Bits. And it uses that particular 8-bit video game
sound
effects.
Yeah.
Do you want to play one real quick and see if you can?
I didn't know this would be a test.
It's a test. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go.
She's a good girl.
He's a pro.
Oh, man.
Congratulations.
What a dude. Tom Petty.
Yeah.
You have just won yourself a digital download of Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's available now.
No way.
Digitally on 4K Ultra HD.
It's all coming up, Barnesy.
Let's try another one. All right.
There's more?
Yeah. Let's try another one. Here we go. Listen. You know it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna be the man who's coming home to you.
Yeah, you got that right.
I'm really ginger, and I've got a brother here, and he's also equally as ginger as me.
Case, what do we have for him?
We've got a case of Yard's Rival IPA right now.
Am I actually winning? Is this real?
We'll give it to you.
You're just being sarcastic right now?
This is actually the citizenship test you never took. So.
All right, should we do one more?
One more.
Case, which one should we?
You know what? The one that you have, I love.
Okay. All right. Let's try this last one for Barnes.
Oh, I know this song. Oh, I should have just quit while I was ahead. I know the tune, but I can't know in my brain.
Yeah, I'll give you the artist.
Hold on. The melody should be kicking in right here, I think. Here we go.
I got nothing.
Don't know that one.
I know it. It's a very good song.
Peter Gabriel?
Yeah. Peter Gabriel.
The name of the song is Salisbury Hill.
Oh God! I can't believe I didn't get Peter Gabriel. I got the Pretenders, but I didn't get Peter Gabriel.
That's incorrect. I'm sorry, Barnes. You didn't get it right.
We're going to have to take back the download and the beer.
Yeah.
Oh, man, what was I going to win? That was like a Prius, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, that was. It was.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
I can't believe that. I know that song.
That's all right.
It's because you brought me in here like early in the morning. You did it deliberately, didn't you? Just to shame me in front of all these people on the radio.
You didn't get a chance to, get ready for it and practice.
I'm a musician. I'm not meant to be up at these hours. It's fundamentally against our DNA.
I wanted to ask you about writing because I was reading an article in Rolling Stone about you that said you have a difficult writing while you have a difficult time writing when you're happy. It's better when there are things going on in your life.
That's why I pay a troupe of men to sort of beat me consistently in the studio.
You want to be in a constant state of misery.
Yeah, exactly. Blunt objects mainly. Things they find outside in the street, sticks, stones.
Yeah, but sharp. No.
But the
doorknobs
songs are
in a sack.
Doorknobs in a sack.
Just to keep me on my toes, I don't want to get too comfortable.
Oranges in a sock.
Yeah, it's surprising that you're going with doorknobs instead of something a little bit more malleable.
Listen, I don't tell them how to do their jobs, okay?
Hey, we're the professional beaters. Let us do what we do.
Are you an only child?
Me?
Yeah.
No, what makes you say that?
Because only childs are usually weird.
No, I think I was dropped a lot as a baby.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get the root of it all. No, you have a great sense of humor.
That's what I keep telling everybody.
Does that help things, keep things light when you're on the road? You just try to have a good time?
It does sort of quell the crippling depression that plagued me from a young age. I didn't know we were going to bring that up for this interview.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, we're just trying to get you
wound.
Maybe it's inspiring you to write a new song.
Possibly. You never know.
All right, so what's another song you're going to play for us this morning?
Wait, I have to play two?
Yes, it's two. Now do it.
I got the one. I thought that was the deal.
We got a sack of doorknobs right out there ready to go.
All right, I'll play Fire.
right,
which
fire.
is a song of mine that I wrote.
Okay.
With my mind.
Okay. We have failed you as a radio host.
Oh.
I forgot to give the day off at Durney. Ding, dirty, dirty. The day off at Dorney word. I gave it to you earlier this morning. I was supposed to mention it a couple more times to enter at WMMR.com. The word is show, S-H-O-W.
Show.
Yeah.
And then we're a little looser with this, but yeah, you people are definitely interested. They're rabid to go to Dorney.
Yeah, so you can win a 4-pack of tickets to join us for the Preston and Steve Day Off at Dorney, Thursday, July 11th. So go to the website, enter that word show, and you might end up getting free admission for the day, free parking, and entrance starting at 8 a.m. So you can be there for our show and enjoy some of the rides that open early, including the brand new coaster Iron Menace. Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom for the fun of it. And that's where we will be broadcasting live. So make sure you enter that word. Thank you to Melanie Zhitnitsky, who is from the Crohn's and Colitis Take Steps event, which I'm going to be hosting on June 23rd. Please sign up. Join my team, the Shark Breakers, at Lincoln Financial Field is when that's happening. So we're looking forward to that event. And then on this Saturday, we had Chris Bruce stop by from the Big Dill, the world's largest pickle party at Xfinity Live. 8,000 tickets they've sold for this event. Just about pickles.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I am going to be the Grand Gherkin for the event.
The hat looks awesome.
Where's the hat? Do you still have it?
I had him keep it because I don't want to lose it or anything like that. So I will receive it. They will bestow it upon me at the event.
Pics are online, though.
I missed the YouTube thing, and so I was just trying to picture it. I was trying to visualize it in my head, which, again, is the power of radio. But all I could come up with was bizarre pickle combinations in some form of a hat. So
got it. Are you? Do you like pickles?
Love pickles.
Excellent.
Have you tried Preston's?
I did. You had one here a couple of weeks ago, and I loved it.
Right?
Wonderful.
Crazy.
They're my favorite pickle. I say that categorically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fishtown Pickle Project is excellent. So they'll be there, and all the other local pickle people. Believe it or not, there are other local pickle people. And national pickle people. And hopefully you, pickle person,
Are you
will be
saying
joining us.
there'll be a preponderance of pickle people?
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Yes.
Purportedly, plenty of pickle people prancing about. Yeah.
Pierre's
pickles.
Preston pickle. Pierre's pretty pickled.
Pierre's pretty pickled.
I initially, you know what I wanted to name Preston's Picks, but they thought it was too wordy. I wanted to call it, what was it? Preston's Peck of Pickled Peppers.
Oh, yeah.
Because I wanted to I had peppers in there, or Preston's Peck of Pickles and Peppers.
Oh, okay.
But it would have been too much for the jar. So
Yeah, and when you're doing it with a product, you want it to be sort of high concept and roll off the tongue.
Preston's Picks is what it is. So, so can we get the letter of the day? All right, let's do it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
R, as in rock.
All right, we will give away tomorrow a Premier Father's Day gift package from Omaha Steaks, including 2 Butcher's Cut filet mignons, 2 Butcher's Cut top sirloins, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breast, 4 pure ground filet mignon burgers, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, and a bunch more. You can visit omahasteaks.com today and shop Father's Day packages starting at just $89 when you use the promo code WMMR at checkout. Another beautiful day. What you got in store?
By the way, nice tribute to Connor. But you were wrong. He had 2 company cars.
God, look at all he's given up.
Yeah, he had a white one and a blue one, and he would alternate them. And they were Cadillacs, too.
Wow.
But he's going back to his Jeep. Anyway, but he's helped me a great deal, so I'm very grateful to him. On the program today, we've got Aerosmith, Weezer, and Deep Purple. Blocks. And more Willie Nelson tickets for Jackie hosting Willie on July 4th.
Wonderful. All right, well, let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Pal Hanna Tiki Boats in Ocean City, New Jersey. You can book today at palhannatikiboats.com, spell Pal, P-A-U. Also brought to you by Polar Seltzer. No sugar, calories, funny business. Refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer. Tomorrow on the program, our main focus is the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive.
Yes.
We will be at the convention center at Oaks. Pierre will be at Live Casino.
Yes, I
We'll
will.
be coming to see you after we do our deal.
Cool.
Yep. And Brent Porsche will be back at Oaks again. And Jackie Bam Bam during our show will be over at Live. So we're covered in all the places. Yes.
Jackie has blood?
He has.
Yes,
I know.
He doesn't have any blood.
None of it's his, but he's got lots of blood.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, just
Most
checking.
definitely. All right, that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.